you got for me? Hello? Let's guess. Man, the internet never disappoints. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Hello?
Halo. I've dealt with you before, man. The God is in America, man. We're your gods. You
Hey,
hear
yo,
me?
relax.
We
Relax.
are your
Relax.
gods. The
Relax,
African
brother.
is a hybrid. You hear that shit? That's why you
Brother.
don't believe in God, motherfucker, because
Hey,
you
bro.
don't have the intelligence to
You say you've
process
dealt with
it,
me
motherfucker.
before, so you
You're an
should
African.
relax.
You motherfucking Africans are.
Hey, man. Listen, bro. I'll give you a chance to say
You
what
a
you want to
bot,
say.
nigga.
All right.
You a African
I
bot,
I'll
nigga.
give you a chance to say what you want to say.
Fuck out of here.
All
I've
right.
been on your
Just
stream
relax.
before. You a parasite.
Okay. Then relax.
You don't even know what the fuck the
Relax.
word God means. And nigga, tell me what it
Yeah.
means.
Sure.
Tell me
Sure.
what it
Relax.
means.
Relax.
Tell
You trying to get dropped or
I
what?
bet you
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 trying
don't
to get
present no
dropped or
information.
what, bro?
You're a fucking parasite, nigga.
Oh,
You've been on
sure.
TikTok for how long
Are
doing the
you
same
trying
shit?
to get dropped before?
Nigga, you ain't talking.
Are you trying to get dropped,
Nigga, you
bro?
ain't talking about shit.
Yeah, sure. I would like
You
to
ain't
hear
talking
what you
about
have to
shit.
say, but you should
You
relax.
out here soul harvesting, motherfucker. You
You
energy
sound like
harvesting.
you
Nigga,
sound
fuck
like
you.
you're triggered.
Fuck,
Man, who triggered you, bro? Was it Drewski?
fuck
Did you
you,
get
nigga.
triggered by
And
Drewski,
your
bro?
mama.
Did
I
Drewski
bet you
make
your
fun of
parents
your
are related, you
pastor?
inbred bitch. I
Hey,
bet you
sure,
inbred,
sure.
nigga. I
I
bet you
know.
inbred, nigga. I
Did your God send you to say that?
I bet you your parents are related. Tell the truth.
Did your God send you to say that?
Tell the fucking truth,
These are
African.
the people who are representing
You
God. Ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly
you
why God does
motherfuckers
not
are
exist.
inbreds. You're an
This is exactly
incestual.
why God does
You're a
not
product
exist.
of incest, nigga. You are definitely. That's why you laughing
This is exactly why God does not
because we
exist.
know, nigga. We
This is
know who you
exactly
are.
why God does not exist. That's why you have a vile
I
mouth.
am God, motherfucker.
That's why you have a
I am
vile
God,
mouth.
boy.
That's why you have a
You
vile
hear me,
mouth.
boy? I am
That's why
God.
you have a vile
You
mouth,
fuck.
boy. He
You're a
said, boy.
fucking fledgling. I bet you don't even know who the fuck your father is. You mongrel.
Sure,
Fuck
sure.
out of here, nigga. I
Whatever
bet
makes you feel good.
you in real
What,
life you have no fucking balls at
whatever
all,
makes
motherfucker.
you feel good.
In real life, you have no balls. You little
Whatever makes
soft
you
ass.
feel good.
You little
You could
soft
tell
nigga.
yourself
Fuck out of
whatever
here.
makes you feel
Soft ass
good.
nigga.
Sure, brother.
I
Sure.
turn your pockets inside
Sure.
out in
No
the hood, boy.
problem.
You hear me, motherfucker? We smack you on.
Hey,
We
amen.
smack you on your dumb ass and send you on your way. Fuck
Hallelujah.
out of here, nigga.
Hallelujah.
Stupid ass nigga.
Amen. Are you done?
Slow ass nigga.
Are you done?
Look at you.
Are you done?
You put your face on the
Are
camera every
you
time you on
done?
TikTok.
Are you done?
Cause you think because of your hue, you
Are
some
you
type of important
done?
motherfucker. Nigga, I just started.
Are you done? All right, then shut the fuck up before I drop you.
You would get dropped.
All right, watch me
You
drop
know
you.
we
Go to
outperform y'all
sleep.
on everything.
Go to sleep.
Everything.
Go to sleep. Your time is over, buddy. You got your 5 minutes of fame. How about that? You got to vent. You got to express all the accumulated religious toxicity, all that spiritual inflammation going on in your brain. Mm? You got to manifest that demonic possession had its time to shine. Now it's time for you to go to sleep. All right? If you hate
Hello,
Africans, that's your
Bakanga.
problem.
Hello,
It's not
Bakanga.
it's not our fault, African, that we got brothers and sisters in America and some got brain damage.
Hello.
Hey man, what's up, Abi?
Why don't you believe in God?
Don't ask me questions. Can you read the screen first?
What is this screen?
Read
Direct
the screen.
answers, no explanation needed.
Uh-huh. Then below that, what does it say?
Okay, what can I not ask you why you don't believe in God?
Because this is an interrogation. I'm the interrogator and you are the interrogated. You should have read that before sending your request.
Okay, I believe in God
Okay, good. Why?
because I think He created the world and humans.
There's nothing wrong to think that. You're just wrong
Why is it wrong?
because you made it up in your head. You seen any God anywhere creating humans? Last time I checked,
Okay,
humans make humans.
so how was the world created?
I don't know. Go ask the world. All I know is it wasn't God. 'Cause I never seen God doing it. I have no proof that God did it. And I know that human beings invented God, so I don't need to make assumptions. There might be a way that the world came into being, and we can all try to find out. But finding out
How
doesn't
did?
mean we just get to make up imaginary characters in our head and say, "Oh, look, I think it was a God. It was the one from my favorite book, the Quran, or the Bible, or the Mahabharata." You know? I mean, bro, there's nothing wrong with you thinking that. I don't think there's anything wrong with you thinking that. But you are
Uh,
wrong about what you think. You're not wrong for thinking. You're wrong about what you think. If you really
uh,
think that's what it is.
but I think the world like started somewhere. You know,
Well, yeah, sure. You can think that too. We all think
I
it, bro.
don't.
We all
I
think it.
don't actually believe in the Big Bang theory.
Hey, man, whatever you choose to believe in, it's not my problem.
This
It's,
this
it's
Big
your
Bang
problem.
theories sound really stupid to me.
Hey, man, it sounds just as stupid as the God theory.
God sounds more
Yeah,
fair to
God
me.
would be more emotionally soothing because you're only scared. That's why you're scared that if the world wasn't created by someone, then you wouldn't be able to find meaning in your life because I guess your brain just operates on a small scope, right? You're the type of person who needs someone to pour water in the sky so the rain can fall. Because if the rain is just falling by itself, then all of a sudden you can't live your life. Hey, that's your problem, man. It's not
Okay,
my
do you
problem.
believe in miracles?
No, I don't think there's any such things as miracles. I think human beings call things they can't understand miracles because they are ignorant about those things.
So you never think miracles has happened in the world?
No, if you call something a miracle, that means you didn't know what the fuck happened and you're impressed by it. That's all it means.
What about people who, for example, survived many shots to the head and or to the body? How did they like survive?
There's a scientific explanation to that. Yes, the brain can suffer blunt force trauma, and if
Mm,
no vital organs are hit in a catastrophic way, there's always a minute chance of survival. It's not
mm.
consistent. Some people survive, but most people die because the chances of survival are very low. That's true, but it doesn't make it a miracle. Now, if that's what you mean by a miracle, I understand what you mean because you can't really explain it because you will need to specifically study that one person in order to understand why they survived. But it's not like it's unnatural. It's very natural. It's very possible.
Mm. I mean, I believe in miracles.
You can believe whatever you want to. I told you that. Whatever makes you sleep at night. Whatever makes you not scared of the dark, my friend, tell
Mm,
yourself that.
mm.
Just remember that you're making it up.
But sometimes, I'm gonna be honest, I have doubt God if He
Yeah,
exists.
because your brain has a part of it that's called common sense. And when you believe in religion, that common sense goes all the way to the back of your brain. But it's always
Because
knocking. It's always knocking. And every once in a while that common sense wants to come out, but your fear will stop it. So hey, sometimes you doubt. That doubt is good. Doubt is a very good thing. Doubt is the only thing that can save your life when you're about to
mm,
make a stupid decision. People who don't
or
doubt,
maybe I become like this because of my family because I don't wanna
yeah,
like hurt
there's
them or
nothing wrong
something.
with it. It's not your fault that you were born into a world and it was religious.
Yes,
But
exactly. It's not my
but
fault.
you get to grow up, my brother. And maybe you need to stay religious because your family will be hostile towards you. I also understand it. In fact, even if you are religious and your family is religious, sometimes your family will hate you if you have a different view of your religion. You know,
No,
that's
sometimes,
that's why the world is a hard
some
place.
there are times where I was not religious. Like I adopt God, because uh,
Hey, brother,
if
I understand. I
when I look at
understand.
the
Listen,
world, when I look at the world, it's so much unfairness.
it's
Starving
not that it's
kids.
unfair, bro. It's not that the
Mm,
world is unfair. It's just that the world is not catered specifically for humans. So the
yeah.
world doesn't really care what's in it. So humans have to work very hard to survive. And because there's not enough for everybody, it's only natural that it's going to be unfair. Everyone will just be
O-
thinking of themselves. There's no rule that says that people have to take care of each other unless people decide to. It's best when people decide to, But even when people decide not to, it's all human nature. That's why you have to work hard, protect your own, take care of your people, and try to be kind to everyone you can. Because this it's not by force, it's just how the world
Okay.
is.
But why do people think about themselves when they are religious?
When people are religious, they're still human. Our basic instinct is self-preservation.
Mm.
That's our basic instinct. It's biological. It's very consistent with all living things in this world. It's very hard for you to help somebody else if you can't help yourself. So most of the
Yeah.
time, people begin by trying to help themselves. If I'm thirsty and I haven't drank water for 7 days, I'm about to pass out, and you haven't drank water for 2 days, how can I help you when I need it more than you? You know. In
You
fact,
can
how
help
can I
me by
help
give me
you if I'm
water.
not able to help you?
Exactly. That's why you can help your neighbor by giving them water if you're kind.
Exactly. And you don't need to believe in any specific God in order to do that. It's common sense. If you're nice to
Yeah.
your neighbor and your neighbor is nice to you, you guys will not fight. But if you're mean to your neighbor and your neighbor is mean to you, then you guys will fight. Whether or not you guys believe in God or not doesn't matter. It's how you treat each other. That's why
Yeah.
religion is an illusion. Religion teaches us that we have to have certain beliefs and only hang out with people that have certain beliefs. No. What we need to have is mutual respect for each other. You should respect my unbelief. I should respect your belief, right? We should be able to
Yeah.
debate, disagree without hating each other. If we can accomplish that, then maybe there's a place for religion in this world. But if we cannot accomplish that, then slowly we're going to move away from religion as more people want to get along despite being different and unique in different ways.
Yeah. So you
Anyways,
think?
Abby,
Yes.
what religion do you belong to?
Christianity.
Were you born a Christian?
Yeah. Basically from
All
our
right.
family. Yeah.
So let me ask you a
I.
question. Do you believe that Jesus is white or black?
Very good question. Uh, I think he's a Jew. They say
That's
that.
not a that's an ethnic group. That's not necessarily a race. Is he black or white?
I think he's like Middle Eastern.
No, Middle Easterns are like Mexicans, a combination of black and white. So, are you saying that that's what the Middle Easterns are?
Probably. Yeah, he has like probably like Aramaic or Jewish looking face.
Yeah, those people are still Caucasians.
Caucasians, are they?
Yeah,
They have black beards and black hair. Middle
there's
Eastern
bro.
people.
There's just like there's diversity in the in the black race. There's also diversity in our Caucasian brothers and sisters, and there's also
Uh,
There's also diversity among our Asian brothers and sisters. My question to you is: was he black or white?
uh,
Anytime somebody tells you that race don't
so
matter, either they're ignorant or you have to run away
what
from them.
what people said to me, they say that he's a Jewish looking guy. So that means he's
So he's
probably like
Caucasian.
yeah.
So he's white.
But there is no proof what he looks like, right?
I was just curious.
Because I don't know how he looked like, really. To tell you the truth, Bakang, I don't know how he looked like. There is pictures of him like he's white and so, but we don't know how he looked like, really. And some
Anyways, Abby,
people,
thank you for your time. Okay, you don't sound like you're struggling too much with your religion, but hey, have a
no,
good day. All right.
I do struggle with it. I do
What do you
struggle.
struggle with? What do you struggle with?
I struggle if Jesus is God also, the
Well, the answer
Trinity.
is that he's not. If it was a human being, he's not a god.
Why do they say he's God?
Well, because the brains don't work.
Trinity, Trinity.
Yeah, the bullshitty.
They say that he is a human in God form.
Yeah, I know. It sounds really cool. Just like Superman. Superman is
Like he can be
alien
God,
in
he
human.
can form himself to a human.
Hey, Superman is an alien in human form. So what?
Uh, okay. You have more questions?
No, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Banderoga. I know what
Bye
you
bye.
mean, bro. Don't worry. If it's on somebody else's channel that's they're doing the same work we're doing, I'm not looking for fame. If somebody else is recording my lives and posting them on the internet, hey, feel free. Feel free. Anybody can record this and post it. I don't have a problem. As long as it's out there, you know? No, no, I don't think it's disrespectful. It's okay. It's okay. I can't take those lives with me when I die. The only thing that would be disrespectful is you guys don't send me money on Cash App. That's the only thing. You know I can do that money. That's right. No, no, hell no, no. It's just information, guys. What are we doing? Anyways, Twain. But I understand where you're coming from, bro. It's not proprietary. The stuff I put on the internet is not proprietary. And if I wanted it to be proprietary, I will make it proprietary. We're not yet at that point yet. You know, I do get it though. Some people tell me that it's very stupid of me to not think about making money out of this or monetizing this whole thing. But I think my intentions are purer than that. That's why I'm having a hard time. I've been on the internet for 6 years, right? And to be honest, I'm not really obsessed with growth that way. Some people are so obsessed with growth, they pay for it. I ain't paying for this shit. I want it to be organic. And even if it's just the same two people that are here, so be it. You know, so be it. You don't have to force the river to change directions when you have no reason to. Sometimes you let the river pave its own path. This is a river of information, a river of events. Let it pave its own path. Anyways, Twain, what's going on? Hello?
Bakanga.
What's cooking?
Lekete.
Like it there. What's cooking, brother?
My brother, I disagree with you and agree. This one is a long one, so I'm here now, my brother. Listen, yeah. I believe there is an almighty being, yeah? But we don't know. It's beyond our understanding as humans to even understand. So I understand that a book can't teach me who this being is, but I still believe he's there. Or he or she or whatever, whether it's gender or whatever. But there's an almighty being, bro. It's there, man. It's what keeps the river flowing. It's what lets our water run.
It's there.
It's
Where?
somewhere. I don't know
So
whether it's up, down, left,
where
right,
where
but it's
where is
somewhere.
somewhere? Where is somewhere?
It goes with us.
Is
It
it
goes
possible
with
that
us.
that somewhere is just in your head?
Yeah, and even more places. Because
No,
I
no, no, no,
believe.
no, 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 no. You said somewhere. I'm asking you, is it possible that somewhere is only in your head?
Do you believe in omniscience?
Brother, answer my question first.
No,
Is it
no. Do you
possible?
believe in being omniscient, though? Do you
Answer
believe in
my
that?
question. Answer my question first. Is it
Yes, sir.
possible
Go on.
that somewhere is only in your head?
No.
Well, if it's not possible that somewhere it's only in your head, where else is it?
Um, somewhere. Somewhere. I don't know where. But
Okay, if you don't know where, is it possible that it's only in your head?
but
And that's
but
the reason
why do
why
you
you
need
don't
to
know where.
know that? Okay, okay. If it's in my head, why is that a bad thing?
I never said it was a bad thing. I'm just trying to point out the fact that it's very possible that this supreme being, this magnificent entity worthy of your imagination, is nowhere else except in your head. And as long as it's in your head, then it's safe and sound. Can nobody reach it?
But then you not abiding by it and not being aware of it, brother, don't you think
I
that's,
don't need to be
cau-
aware of what is
cautionary
in
for
your
you?
head. I don't need to be aware of something that is only in your head and has no use for me.
Okay, so would you say that there was a time that existed in history that you are not aware of, that you can't account for?
It's not just that there was a time in history that I was not aware of or that I could not account for. It's that I don't need to.
Why not though? Why?
Well, because the only time I need to be aware of is right now.
But don't you think that being helps you exist?
What being? There is no such thing in my head. The
All
only
right.
being in my head is me.
All right. Can you see air?
I don't need to see air, but I can see it.
But you can't see air though. You can't.
If I can't see air, how do I know it's transparent?
All right. How do you know God is transparent? How do you know God's not transparent?
Well, because I know that God's not real.
How do you know that though?
Because I never met a God, met anyone call it God, met anyone that meets the standard of the definition of what we call God. And God seems to be an idea only propagated out of the imaginations of insecure human beings that are not secured by the fact that the world is not defined by someone that they can cater to emotionally. It's
All
all
right.
about
Have
your
you seen
feelings
air
and your
though? You
emotion.
haven't seen air though, and you can't
I can
see
see,
air.
I see air all the time. What is
How?
air? What is air?
You tell me.
I'm asking you. You asked me if I could see something that you don't know what it is.
It's what allows us to breathe.
What is air? Beyond just what allows us to breathe, what is air?
It's an element.
In what state?
What do you mean? In what state?
In
I
a
don't know.
gaseous state,
Well, that's
right?
what that's what I was told. That's what I was informed in school. Yeah,
Okay, well,
but
if you study any specific discipline, you will see it. You know, the air in our atmosphere is not the only form of air, right? There's nitrogen that we put in aircraft tires. Okay, we don't fill aircraft tires with just regular air. It's nitrogen. You can see it, right? Like when you open a refrigerator, you can see the air come out. It's vapor, but it's air nonetheless. There's different forms of air.
all right.
Yeah,
Oxygen.
some
Have
air is
you
completely
seen
transparent.
oxygen? Have you seen oxygen before?
Yeah, I've seen oxygen too.
How?
On an O2 mask in the cockpit when I do maintenance on it.
Bakanga. Oh shit! No, I've been watching your shit, man. Like, look, man. Let me tell you where I agree with you. Yeah,
No,
I
don't tell me where you
agree.
agree with me because I'm only looking for disagreement. So let's
No, no,
skip
no, 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 no,
the
no, no.
the
Wait, no, no.
agreement
We're gonna
goes
stay on
without
the
saying.
disagreements, but what I would say is there's a lot of people out here pimping the idea of God and selling it to us Africans and making us give all their money. I don't know if you've seen this Drewski guy. You heard of Drewski? He's like a comedian. He done like a skit about these churches.
45 million views. I'm pretty sure anybody that spends even 5 minutes on the internet has seen what Drewski put out there.
Do you
A
agree with it?
perfect representation. It's not a matter of agreeing or disagreeing. He did a perfect, hilarious representation of the Christian scam, of the evangelical brand. It's a scam. It is a scam. In every conceivable way, a scam. Church is a scam. I'm telling you,
So
it's
you
a
don't think
business.
there's any way you can go to church and it benefits you?
Oh, it can benefit you. It does benefit those pastors. That's why he wears Christian Dior. If it wasn't benefiting someone, why would the pastor be wearing Christian Dior and driving Christian Rolls Royce
No, but I
and
mean like the
flying
congregation. I'm talking about the congregation. You don't think there's any way you can go church and it helps you as a
Oh
person?
yeah. A church is just a day club. If you like dancing and you want to twerk in a moral way, you can go to church. If you're a young man and you're looking for a wife, you can go to church. There's many eligible young women there. If you're a young woman and you want to go to church, if you like being entertained, if you just like someone telling you what you want to hear for like 20, 30 minutes, church is a really great place for that. If you just want to be in a place where there's other human beings, it's a really great place for that. Except the primary thing going on there is a scam. And if most people realize that the primary reason why they go there is not what's being offered and it's not what meets the eye, then maybe some people will find other ways of getting all those things I just mentioned. But church is just like any other human gathering. It's just like going to the mosque, If you like bending down, putting your ass up in the air and your face on the ground, you can go to the mosque, If you like dancing and shaking your head and doing this, you can go to the Hindu temple. If you like doing the ha, hoo, hoo,
So what? Have you ever prayed to
you can go
God
to the
before?
Buddhist temple.
Have you ever prayed before? Have you
What do
ever
you mean
said
have
a
I ever
prayer?
prayed? I
Have you
say a
made
prayer
made
right
a
now.
prayer?
I
Have
say a prayer right
you?
now.
No, but have you ever made a prayer before, Bakanga?
Of course, I talk to myself many times in the
No.
past.
Have you ever closed your eyes and said, "Thank you, God, for the food," or "Thank you, God, for life"?
Bro, I was a Christian for 25 years. Of course I did.
Oh shit! So why did you stop? So you do believe in God then?
So let
So there was a
me.
time you
So hold
did
up, hold
believe.
up, hold up. I just called it a scam, and you're asking me why I stopped.
No, but why?
What do you do
All
once you
right, how
realize
long
that
did it
what you've
take
been
you? How long did it take you to know it was a scam?
25 years?
And then when you, okay, what was the moment you knew it was a scam?
25 years.
No, but what happened? What was the event?
25 years worth of believing and being dedicated.
But what happened? Was it something in the church? What happened, brother?
No, life happened. The whole religion happened. My existence happened.
So you just woke up one day and said, I don't believe in this, literally.
No, I just woke up in 25 years and just said I'm not believing in it. Yeah.
But it had to be a process though, right? There was a point where you did believe.
25 years is a process.
Okay, so how long did you believe for?
25 years.
And then what? So what happened on that day? Did you just move on with your life? You just
It
stopped going
wasn't
to
a day.
church?
It wasn't a day. It was 25 years.
Oh shit. So
It,
what did your family
what
say?
I'm trying to say, they said what religious people say.
Holy Ghost fire. Holy Ghost fire.
No. My own fire, Holy Ghost fire was not going to be strong enough. So they got Holy Ghost atomic bombs. I still survived the explosion. No, actually, my family is cool about it. You know how Christians are. My family are those types of Christians. They think that one day I will magically change.
They probably think you have a demon, innit? That's what
Listen,
they'll say.
listen. The damage that has been done to us Africans has made me understand that my lineage is not exempt from it. Do you understand that when the colonizers came and they first started putting our ancestors on plantations and mistreating them, there were some of our ancestors that resisted. And the ones who resisted, the ones who didn't resist, would look at the ones resisting as fools. They're like, are you trying to die? Just do what they're saying. It always is like that. You know, even though in their heart they love you still,
But you
they don't
did
hate you.
believe in God at one point though, brother. That's the thing.
I
You
did.
did. Yes.
I did.
So okay, so what event took place for you to stop believing? Because you did believe at one point.
The entire religion, my entire time. Listen, anyone who truly believes would one day not believe. The only people who keep believing are those who don't even know that they don't believe or those who are confused. If you truly believe, you will figure out that it's a scam. If you're committed, if you're committed to the highest level of discipline, if you're committed to the principles that Christianity preaches, which is truth, honesty, and self-control, one day it will occur to you that even your religion could be a lie.
So is it the church
That's
that was a
that's
scam or
no,
religion?
it's the entire system.
So the idea of God you believe is a scam.
Listen, in this world, somebody's must bow. You just have to make sure it's not you. And in this world, there will always be that one person to whom everybody bows. If you're not that one person, then chances is you're bound to somebody else. This is a game of subjugation and service. It's a game of the best way for me to live my dream is to exploit other people's hopes and dreams.
But then there's some people that don't do that and they do preach the word of God.
Listen,
And
listen.
they
The
are good
worst
people.
ones, the worst ones are the ones who don't know that that's what they're doing because they have such good intentions in their heart. That's why good intention never justifies stupidity. Good intentions does not justify ignorance, you know? Listen, Muslims have good intentions, okay? When they want to convert you. So do
But
Christians.
what about people that live bad lives and then they find religion and then they change? Like
Oh,
how do you explain that then?
let me tell you something. It's possible for someone to be living what we call a bad life in this world and to change, whether it's because of religion or not. It's possible. Many people do. But let me tell you, most people who live bad lives and they become religious, they don't change. They just hide.
They say a a promiscuous woman's final
Did you just hear?
form
Did you
is
just
a
hear what I just
religious
said?
woman.
Did you just hear what I just said? I said they don't change. They just hide.
That's not true, man. Some people do change. Like
Brother, they don't change. They just hide. So the change here is not them. The change is what you see. Because now that they're hiding, you can't see them like they were before. And the sight of them to show you is what they want you to see. So you assume there has been a change in character. But no matter how many times a snake changes its skin, it cannot change its nature. That is an old African saying. No matter how many times a snake changes its skin, it cannot change its nature. That's why some people are like, well, why did you suddenly stop believing in God? It's not like I stopped believing in God or I started believing in God. I'm human. I simply realized that I am not something special or that there's no imaginary beings, but I'm still the exact guy I was when I was a Christian.
No,
You see?
I kind of understand where you're coming from, but I believe that there are some people that even if it is an illusion, you know, it keeps them safe and it keeps some of us safe. You get what I mean? Like, there's a lot of people that
Listen,
would have
my
done
friend.
horrible things
Listen,
without
my brother.
religion.
Listen, my brother. Let me recalibrate your brain. Once you understand that what you perceive to be a bad decision or what you perceive to be a good decision, those two things can equally fuck you up. Being a good person can be as bad as being a bad person, and being a bad person can be as good as being a good person. It's all about perception, interaction, socialization, and judgment. What you believe to be a good person is based on what you know about them, and what you don't know about them could completely change your perspective of them. Ultimately, everyone wants to survive. The day you become a good person and you decide to do that good gesture could be the day you die because of it. And then now you live a short life. The day you decide to be a bad person could be the day you make that horrible decision and you die. Now, you could be a good person, and the day you decide to be a bad person is the day you needed to do that bad thing in order to survive. Maybe you needed to unalive that armed robber that broke into your house viciously. Maybe you had to defend your country. Maybe you had to defend your family. Maybe you had to
Mm.
steal to feed your kids so you could live another day. Right? So, what is a good person and what is a bad person? Now, I would say at the end of the day, we have we have behaviors that we condone and behaviors we don't condone, and we do it using a metric of not good and evil, but pain and
So you
suffering.
don't believe that a good like if I go out and I
I
feed the
don't value
homeless,
a good person any more than I value a bad person. I only value persons.
all right. So if I go out and I scrape women, yeah, does that not make me a bad person?
No, it's just an unfortunate situation because I feel for you in the same way I feel for them. I feel remorse. I feel pain and empathy in my heart that you were that stupid to put your person in that situation, and I also feel empathy for for the woman that she had to be a victim of someone with mental illness. You are both equally valuable to me as persons, as human beings, right? Unfortunately, you went about a series of actions that has caused her pain and also will cause you pain. Two pains I would rather avoid.
Mm. So what? So
And
what? You're
and
so okay. Okay. Are you saying there's
the
no good
natural
or bad then?
consequence, I'm saying that good or bad is an illusion.
Mm.
You cannot have one standard of good or bad. And
But then, so okay.
unfortunately,
So what? When something happens that's unfortunate, then like, how do you differentiate from something that is fortunate? Then like,
thank
because the two
you.
aren't the
That's
same.
anything that allows us to survive with minimal collateral damage means we were fortunate. It's like what we call lucky. Because the entirety of existence is random, ultimately it comes down to luck.
But what if I'm
Intentionality
fortunate and based on me being fortunate, someone is unfortunate? Then what scenario is that? Then is that a fortunate
exactly.
or
That's what
unfortunate
I said.
situation?
That's why I said minimal collateral damage, right? So if your fortune is just another person's misfortune, then there's really nothing fortunate about that. That's altogether unfortunate. Now, if your fortune is the natural consequence of another person's decisions that brings them misfortune, then I just find that as justice.
Wait, let me
It's
ask you this
okay.
question, yeah? Why do you
Mhm.
think good things happen to bad people and bad things happen to good people?
Because
Or
good things and
unfortunate?
bad things, Because good and bad things happen to people regardless of if those people themselves are good or bad. That's just how the world works. Being a good person doesn't mean good things will happen to you. Being a bad person doesn't mean bad things will happen to you. Good things will happen to people depending on where and when they find themselves, regardless of what those people are. Anyone can win the lottery, even Satan. Even the Pope can win the lottery. Even Donald Trump can win the lottery.
Mm.
Anyone can win the lottery, right? Anyone can go buy a ticket. It's luck. That's how luck works. That's what random means. That's what random means. It's no one has any greater inherent value than another person. We are all living things and we can die. That's why the threat of death makes it such that at the end of the day, you ain't really all that. You can only be all that within yourself. I think you should think of yourself whatever you want to. That's fine. But guess what? Other people don't have to. It's your choice if you should fight a fight or if you should walk away from it.
So then,
Some
all right,
people,
cool. Let me ask you this question. Yeah, you was a Christian for 25 years. Yeah. Why would you say all religions are a scam if you only practice one? Why don't you practice Islam for 25
because
years and see if
because
that's correct?
when you exit and graduate from religion the way I do, you would automatically gravitate towards other religions and scrutinize them. Now, because I had experience with religion as a whole, by process of elimination, I could process Islam at a quicker rate to see if it carries within it the same fundamental weaknesses as Christianity. If that human element is truly the governing and foundational factor as far as its production, does it really originate outside of humanity? Same thing with Hinduism. You see, ultimately, human beings invent religions, all of them, all of them. It's just a matter of choice.
So
So
you
the
don't believe
position,
nothing that's happened in any of these books could have historically happened?
I think that if any of what these books are propagating has any element of truth in it, that element of truth is what we call extraterrestrial interactions with humans. So I think that it is not far fetched to think that human beings are not the only biological organic form of life that possesses this level of intellectual ingenuity. I think that that could be possible simply because, and it doesn't necessarily even have to be extraterrestrial, it can be terrestrial. Listen, listen, bro, let me tell you something. In
So
fact,
you
I'll
don't
be right.
believe nothing in
No,
the
no, hold up,
Bible
hold up,
happened?
hold up. I'll be right back. All right. Just give me 1 second. I will show you something.
Yeah, I'm a D. Yo, you looking sweet. What's that? Gambia. Are you from the Gambia? Damn, you sweet, man. Follow me though. Hit me up.
All right, bro.
Yeah, man. Show me.
You see this tomato?
Yeah, yeah.
You see the slice?
Yeah.
The entire, according to what they tell us the world is, right? They say it's a globe. So let's go with the globe idea first, because I know some of you guys are flat earthers, right? So let me make this analogy, regardless of which type of world we live in, right? If this was a globe and we truly live on a globe, then the mantle of the earth and the entire oceans only occupy as much space as the peeling of this tomato.
Mm.
As far as the interior mechanisms, we know more about space than we know about the inside of the earth. We know more about we know more about the stars than we know about the totality of what is under these oceans. All right. So when you think about it,
My brother, you are chopping life.
hey, man, when you think about it real carefully, is it really far-fetched that there could be some type of life forms that can live in magma? I think that those are all more realistic than the existence of gods.
But doesn't that go against what you're saying? Because you don't know what's in the earth. How can you not know
That's the
whether God
problem.
exists there?
That's the problem. Listen.
So you don't know whether there's a God then, because you don't know what's in the earth.
I know that there's no God. I know that there's no God because human beings invented them.
No, but you don't know that though. You like
I know that.
The lack of proof that he doesn't exist doesn't mean he doesn't exist.
No,
and
that's
vice
exactly
versa.
what it means. That's exactly
no,
what
it doesn't.
Do you know why?
No, it don't. All right. Okay, cool. Have you ever been to China?
No, relax, bro.
No,
relax.
No. Have you been to China before?
Relax.
No, have you been to China?
Relax.
You just answer now.
Brother. Did I not say to relax? Relax.
I'm relaxed, my brother. Okay. Let's go.
Let me teach you something. If you're not smart enough to understand that, I can sit down here and invent a being called Ombongo Bongo. Then convince 1.5 African people to believe in a being called Ombongo Bongo. And we believe in Ombongo Bongo for 500 years or 1,000 years. Then you can get up one day and ask me, just because there's no proof on Ombongo Bongo doesn't mean Ombongo Bongo doesn't exist. Does it change the fact that I invented that motherfucker in my head?
Well, for me, yeah.
Once you understand, once you understand that the idea is a human invention, then guess what? It can only be validated by observable proof. And the lack of observable proof invalidates that claim.
But now, who's to say that idea is harmful though? Like, why is it a harmful thing? Even if you can't prove it exists.
So let me tell you why it's harmful. It inherently suggests submission, which is literally contrary to our nature, which we have been taught is evil. That's why within all these God systems, you have to instill into the believer an inferiority complex, a type of low self-esteem to facilitate submission. It is not just any type of submission. Complete and total submission with no room for accountability, with no evidence to logically validate the need for submission. And then ultimately, what ends up happening is a huge group of humans submitting to just one human, because the entity you're supposed to be submitting to cannot be seen anyways. Everybody's caught up in doubt, and everybody's caught up with the what if. So you submit. Who are you submitting to? So it's like the perfect formula to manufacture slaves.
But we all submit to something in some way. We all do. We all do.
We shouldn't. You know why we shouldn't?
I think we should, though. I think we should.
No.
You should submit to your parents when you're a kid.
Listen to me. Human beings will evolve and arrive at our highest potential when there's a complete balance in the relationship between humans, where there's no submission. We're only submission we submit out of necessity or by force, right? But submission is a weakness. The fact that we all have a brain and the ability to think means that we can independently solve problems. And it's only because no single one of us can solve all of our problems that sometimes you need to submit, right? But then some people have figured out that in order for them to solve the problems they can solve, rather than submitting, they can force other people to submit to them, then use those people to solve their problems. So anytime you're submitting, you're probably somebody's slave without you knowing. That's why we should look for collaboration more than submission. Now, I know that there's some context in which you can use the word submit out of necessity. I don't particularly like that, but I think that it's not necessarily far-fetched.
But we submit to the government. We submit to Donald Trump. We submit in England. I submit to Keir Starmer.
We're not supposed to submit to the government because the government is supposed to be the people. the government of the people, by the people, for the people. So you're submitting to yourself. You're not really we are collaborating. So the relationship between the people and the government is collaboration, not submission. The people are the ones, are the oversight that holds the government accountable. If anything, the government should submit to the people. So when you find yourself submitting to the government, that means that somebody has scammed your ass.
That's facts. I agree
Every
with
government
that.
in this world, and what all the citizens of this world wants in their individual territories, is for their government to work for them. The government, people don't work for the government. The government is supposed to work for people.
So then, all right, cool.
That's why we vote.
All right.
And
do you believe Jesus was a real man then? Like, do you believe he actually existed?
No.
Why not?
Because fictional characters don't exist. Never.
Okay.
Have.
What?
Never
Okay.
will.
Okay. What makes him a fictional character then? What makes him a fictional character? Is it because he's only in a book? Because the Bible's not the only place where Jesus has been reported. Like, his existence has been reported.
Bro, let me ask you a question. If your daughter came to you tomorrow and she's 16 years old with a big belly, and she said to you she was pregnant by the Holy Spirit, you believe her?
I will send her first class ticket to Nigeria. She'll be gone.
It won't change the fact that it might have been. It's more likely that it was Tyrone. It's more likely that it was Tyrone. Now let's talk about Jesus. Anybody who's claimed to have been born of a virgin in a generation where literally the science and all the knowledge we possess suggests that such a thing is not possible, especially not by in vitro fertilization, that's nonsensical. Okay,
I think that's metaphoric, though.
Hold up. It's not metaphoric. It's literal. Listen, I was a Christian for 25 years. Okay, let me tell you something. Christianity is not metaphors. If you take Christianity as metaphors, you have already deconstructed.
It is though, because there's a lot of things in there that's not word for word. You follow, but you understand.
Brother, listen to me. Listen to me. That's coping. When being literal became obvious bullshit, the way that religion survived was then to now claim that certain things are just metaphorical to survive. But Christianity at its core, you are not a true believer if you think that anything in the Bible is metaphorical.
So you're saying we should follow it verbatim?
That's why, listen, the only way to be a real Christian is to be a fanatic. If
but that's not possible. You can't follow everything verbatim.
That's why it's bullshit. And some people don't just listen, bro. Listen, bro. Some people, because they're hungry, they will eat their own shit, even though it stinks. But because they might not have the courage to eat it, they will convince themselves that their own shit is really baked potatoes. They will lie to themselves about it so long so that they can cope with eating the shit. But you want to know what's funny? From an external perspective, it's still shit. It still smells. You notice how the smell of your own shit does not irritate you that bad? Listen, let me tell you. I'm just going to be honest with you. When I sit down in the bathroom, right after I just ate that rice and beans, and I decide that it's time to clean the temple. And I get hit by that little wimp. That kind of wimp that resets my consciousness. You ever took a shit that stinks so badly it reset your consciousness? Like it's like you woke up from sleep. It's still ain't that bad. Listen. Hey. It's still not that bad. But if you walk past me 20 seconds after fighting, I can't stand it. I cannot stand another person's shit. In fact, back in my day, because delusions work, okay? It works for people in terms of their feelings. Back in the day, if a girl was giving me a hard time, if I liked the girl and she was giving me a hard time, I'll just imagine her taking the shit. And then as soon as I can imagine it, I'll be able to imagine the smell. All of a sudden, I was no longer interested. Because guess what? Everybody's shit stink. So when you walk around this world, you ain't all that. Nobody is all that. Now, think about the reason why you can tolerate your own shit, but you can't tolerate another person's shit. It's the reason why Christians can tolerate the shit in Christianity, but they can't tolerate Islam, though it's the same exact shit. It's the same reason why Muslims can tolerate Islam, but they cannot tolerate Christianity when it stinks all the same anyway. It's like Republican and Democrats. They're all Americans anyways, but they can't tolerate each other like humans, right? It's a coping mechanism, like I said. It's coping. And
But then I don't believe everything, like, because there's different versions of the Bible, but I do think some of the events, some may or may have not happened. I do think some of them may have happened.
listen to me. You can choose to live your life in confusion, focusing on things you can't change anyways, or you can come to the real world. Nothing in the Bible ever happened like the Bible said.
So you're
Bible is
saying
a-
nothing.
It's a
You don't
listen,
believe
bro.
anything at all
bro.
happened.
The Bible is a book of fiction. It's the construction of the Bible resembles the construction of the DC and the Marvel universe. Well, hold up, I'm gonna explain to you. With the Marvel universe, when Stan Lee first started drawing those comics, it was just on paperback. But as time went, the story began to expand. He will hire more writers. They will write different alternate versions. That's why in the Marvel universe, you have something called the multiverse, because there are different writers. They'll write different iterations of that story. And then as television improved, you start putting it into animation. And then 3D technology, you start putting it into 3D animation. Then you start making live actions because it sells. Now the story continues to expand. You use the old narrative with certain difference, and then you see how we're all entertained. 2,000 years from now, that will become an entire religion with a solid foundation of scripture and visual imagery inspired by real life events, real life similarities. So in ancient times, education was for the rich and wealthy. And there was no form of entertainment intellectually beyond reading. So all the stories, all the fiction, all the comics, all the entertainment, all the myths were written in books and were read to the kings by poets and scribes and jesters. You know who a jester is? A jester is the actor. You know who a scribe is? That's the writer. The scribe would write the script, and the jester would jest it out. And the king will be entertained with his nobles, right? But then as society developed and there was a need for more people to get educated, now the moment you get involved in the world of literature and you know how to read, you want to read more interesting things, right? There's nothing more interesting than fictional stories. It helps you develop mental strength, fortitude. You can be inspired by many fictitious stories and different lessons packaged in fiction. That's why you have romanticism. There was an age in the history of Rome or the Roman Empire where writing was encouraged as a form of art, taken to the highest level. Who could communicate through writing, the highest level of literal skill. That's why we have people like Joseph Bacon, Shakespeare. That brother is gone, but I keep talking. That's why we got Shakespeare, right? When you read the writings of Shakespeare, it's so captivating. We all know about the story of Romeo and Juliet, but I'm gonna tell y'all, I'm going. If your love story is the story of Romeo and Juliet, do not forget that kind of love always ends in tragedy. All right? You do not want your love for your significant other to be like Romeo and Juliet. You want your love for your significant other to be like Donald Trump and Melania Trump. I'm just saying. If you get it, you get it. If you don't get it, you don't get it. Forget about it. Yeah? Think of the story of Hamlet, Othello. Those are all the writings of Shakespeare. Those are all books we read in school. Right? See, at the end of the day, y'all, when I say the Bible is fictional, I'm not even sugarcoating it. I mean, like, everything in it. Even the Proverbs, even the Songs of Solomon, Ecclesiastic, you name it, it's fictional. It's poetry. That's why obviously you have a whole book of Proverbs in it, What kind of collection, what kind of encyclopedia of poetry would not have proverbs? You know what a proverb is? Those are wise saying, using metaphors, hyperboles, and different figures of speech, and different tools of grammar to entertain. Absolutely not divine. Emmanuel, you're correct. Proverbs are wise sayings, not like it's a divine narrative. No. A lot of the proverbs in the Bible are plagiarized from non-biblical sources. There's really no wisdom in the Bible that if you're an African person, you can't find it in your village. There is no wisdom in the Bible that if you are an African person, you can't find that wisdom in your village. There is no truth in the Bible that you cannot find in the natural world. Love your neighbor as yourself. That's just called mutual respect. You need a book to tell you that mutual respect is common, is a thing you should be doing? No. Love your neighbor as yourself. That's mutual respect. In 2025, we say mutual respect. You want to know why mutual respect is even better than loving your neighbor as yourself? Because you can mutually respect each other without even liking each other. We can mutually respect each other, work together, and live in peace without ever liking each other. Because respect is not sentimental. Respect is not about feelings. There's a level of respect that supersedes feeling. It's an understanding. I cannot afford conflict, and yet I do not like that person. But in order to avoid conflict, I would treat this person with a level of respect. If you are looking for someone to worship yourself. Worship yourself. You see, one of the hardest things that religious people have a hard time dealing with in this generation is accepting the fact that claiming to be religious no longer gives you bonus points. There was a time that if you said you were a priest, people would automatically assume that you are a holy, righteous, honest person. But these days, if you say you're a priest, people will automatically protect their little boys. They won't even protect their little girls. They'll just protect their little boys. As soon as you say you're a priest, I'll start looking for my son. I'll be like, little Tom, come over here. Stand next to dad. I'll look for my nephews. Little Jerry, come here. But that's not how it always was. Today, if you say you are a pastor, a person can automatically assume you're a scammer, a grifter, that you are in the business of buying and selling hope. The only thing that proves a person's character these days is their actions, not their titles. So you can claim to be Christian, you can say you are the son of God, you can say whatever you want to say about yourself. It doesn't give you any bonus point. No bonus points whatsoever. That's crazy.
No God. I requested. You said the captions up there.
Yeah, let's see.
Hello? Hey, I apologize, Mr. John. I don't know what's going on. It's the same thing that religious people do when they can't understand something and there is a level of mystery associated with ignorance. They just repackage it and call it spiritual. That's why listen, y'all. I know some of you might not like this. I preach against spirituality with the same energy that I used to preach against religion. We are past the age of cuckoo gaga. There's no power in that way of looking at the world anymore. The new world order now is who can wield the highest power of technology. All right, we are in a technological age. We are not in an age of mysticism. Don't allow these people with how do I put it without being so mean? Devils, demons, angels. Today in our generation, we don't have those anymore. Now we just have villains, criminals, convicts, mentally ill people. That's what we have now. We don't have demons, witches, and wizards anymore. No, we just have scammers, thieves, armed robbers, terrorists. And then for angels, we don't have angels anymore. We just have police officers, soldiers, firefighters, doctors. So you don't need to be walking around. I'm saying this mostly for you Africans, because look, ladies and gentlemen, do not underestimate the validity of what I'm saying right now, okay? Majority of the African people listening to me right now who live on the continent of Africa, they can't walk outside at night. If a leaf shakes, listen, what is it that makes you run away when you are walking around at night in Africa, right? And there's no light outside. It might be the moonlight. And you hear the leaves ruffle. And you take off running for your life. What is it that makes you run away? Okay, if you tell me that, oh look, it might be a wild animal, I agree with you. But most of you don't live where there are wild animals. So what are you running away from? What could have made that leaf shake? Spirits. You are a mumu. You be mumu. Your papa be mumu. Your mama be mumu. You are a mumu. But I don't blame you, because it's not your fault. The next time you encounter a spirit, slap it. This is my advice I'm giving to you. Whether you're a Christian or you're not a Christian or you're a traditionalist, the next time you meet a spirit, slap it. You will learn on that day that physical power surpasses spiritual power. I don't know if I'm preaching to my African people. Eh? So those of you who are not Africans, you might not understand this, but let me help the brothers out a little bit, because their brand of superstition is toxic. All right? The next time you encounter a spirit, whether it's in your bedroom by yourself, on your way to school, on your way to work, when you're going to the store at night, slap that spirit. Only then would you discover that physical power surpasses spiritual power. Listen, physical power surpasses spiritual power. That's why when the colonizer came with the physical power of gunpowder, our ancestors with their spiritual power could not do shit. Huh? That's why when that thief, when that armed robber breaks into your house with his spiritual power, choop choop, the blood of Jesus can't do shit for you. That's why when your house is burning, the blood of Jesus can't put it out. That's why when your child is sick, the blood of Jesus cannot kill germs or viruses or bacteria. That's why when there's going to be a natural disaster, the blood of Jesus ain't going to do shit for you. If you don't believe me, let me tempt you like Satan tempted Jesus in the Bible. If you are the Son of God, jump down from this building so God can command his angels to catch you. Even Jesus didn't believe. There's a good reason why Jesus didn't fall. Have you ever considered that he didn't jump because he was like, motherfucker, I ain't trying to die. Have you ever considered that? So he said, thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God. He said, boy, I ain't here to tempt no God. I ain't trying to die. Yeah. Because if I was Jesus, I would have jumped. I would have jumped. I would have jumped and told the angels to catch me. I would have jumped and said, Michael, catch me. Shoot. I wouldn't have even needed Michael to catch me. Since I'm Jesus, I could just float. I could just levitate, right?
Yo.
Hold up. If Jesus did not jump from that building, I don't expect any of you Christians to practice what you preach. If you don't like doing what the devil tells you, why do you like money? Why do you work for money? Shoot. If you don't like what the devil tells you, just send me your next paycheck. Let me put up my Cash App. And by the way, there's a few people that sent me something on Cash App last time that I didn't do a shout out to. But I'm gonna do that today. There you go. If you don't like following the commandments of Satan, when your employer pays you, just wire that money to my Cash App. And you will stay consistent with your religious belief. Remember, the love of money is the root of all evil. All right, bro, what you got sometime? I thought you left.
I'm here. Like it. What I'm
What
saying
else you
to you
got?
is this, my brother.
There's other guests in line, so go ahead.
What I wanted to ask you, my brother, is this, yeah? Now, was there a point where you knew this was BS, but you were still preaching it?
No.
So immediately once you knew it was nonsense, you just walked away.
So I got to a point. What made me okay? I can only say right now that it's BS. All right. I think that that's the real change. Even when I had already deconstructed, I didn't have the courage to call it BS. Because obviously there was no need to at that point. I didn't have an audience like this. And there was no need to because I did not have to communicate that way anyways too.
So can I ask you, what happens with the offering money? When you take offering money, what happens?
About 40% of it goes to paying the staff of the church. How they divide it up, I don't know. About 60% goes between maintenance on the buildings and other church projects. Now, what percentage of the money goes to the specific staff called the pastor? We don't know. But depending on the size of the church, right? Depending on the size of the church, like Joe Osteen in Lakewood, the Lakewood Church in Houston, he's got about 30,000 people watching him every Sunday with about 15,000 people physically there. He collects an offering of about $800,000 every week.
Chai! Hey! Jesus!
Except the church is the church is as big as a stadium.
Yeah, it's the biggest hustle. It's the biggest modern day hustle.
Listen to me, bro. Other than the fact that they claim to be super righteous, I think that Joe Osteen is the smartest businessman in the religious world.
You know Pastor Toby? Have you heard of Pastor Toby? Toby Adeboyega.
Where, in Maryland?
No, he's in London. He's a big time pastor, rich man.
No, I haven't heard about it.
For me, that's one thing I don't agree with. I don't agree with any pastor being super mega rich. I think that's wrong. That doesn't show humility.
Who are you to fuck up somebody's business?
What do you mean? It's off the back of other people's lives.
They did not do it by force.
Listen, but they manipulate.
If there are 2 stores down the street, you don't have to go to the one on the left. No one forces anyone that goes to the store on the left. It is the buying and selling of false hope. It's a business. Of course, someone is going to be making profit. That in of itself is not bad. The world is a place where we need to hustle. The problem is the false hope. Because the false hope is not giving the people who are buying the false hope the ability to do anything with it. It's actually keeping them in a perpetual state to continuously be exploited. If I'm giving you a medicine that I know can only work for 10% of the times, and I sell it to you as though it works 100% of the time, is it bad to do business? No. But it's bad to lie and be deceitful when you're doing business. If you're giving them money and I know that I'm going to take 50% of it and spend it on my mansion, send my kid to a private school, I should tell you that. But if I tell you that, well, you're really giving to God, but I know you're giving to me, that's the problem.
God don't need anybody's money. That's nonsense.
Apparently he does. Because you can't do God's work on earth today without money.
What do you mean? Yes, you can. You just need internet.
You're going
And
to need
you
money
can
to
get
pay for
that
the
for
internet.
free. Huh?
You need money to pay for that internet. You need money
No,
to
you
buy that
don't.
device.
You can go Starbucks.
And do what?
And sit there for free.
I'm begin to disturb other people.
But they do it on the street though, when they preach. What
Let
I'm
me tell
saying
you
is this,
something.
yeah. You see, look, yeah, cool. I believe there has to be a almighty being because how's the sun made? How's the earth made? How are the stars in the sky? How is nature formed? It's come
That
from
has
something.
nothing to do with Almighty.
But yes, it does.
Listen, bro. Listen, bro.
Lekete, Bakanga.
How
Oh
powerful
shit!
does a bullet have to be to drop an elephant?
I don't know. Tell me.
No,
Prophet.
how big does a bullet have to be to drop an elephant?
I would say the logical answer is big. No.
It's compared to the size of the elephant.
So a big
Compared
bullet,
to,
yeah. For a big elephant, small bullet.
even a big elephant, the biggest bullet in the world, is too much. You need an average sized bullet, maybe 5 of them. If I pop an elephant with, let's say, a bullet this small, by 100 times, then the elephant will die. I don't need a bullet the size of the elephant to take the elephant out. I don't need an almighty power to have an innumerable amount of stars in the sky. I just need something small that can repeat itself enough times to allow that to happen.
And is that not almighty?
You don't need one huge bucket to pour all the rain out of the sky. The rain can fall off the sky one drop at a time. That's not almighty. That is the power in unity.
But it's outside your control. It's outside your.
It's neither outside nor inside your control because it has nothing to do with control.
But the process of a human being being born, somebody had to create that. Someone had to make that.
No, it doesn't. The only thing that you have to control is how you think.
No, but what I'm saying is the concept, the natural concept of me, like Bakanga now. If me and you go out, we hit the club now, and we see 2 nice, beautiful ladies, yeah, and I decide to, bang, 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 and then I ejaculate in her. That could potentially create 100 years of life. That exercise somebody had to design that for a sperm to hit an egg. Someone had to create that for life to be. That's what I'm saying. That process is not man-made. It's designed. It's nature. You understand what I'm saying? It comes from somewhere.
Who designed doggy style?
Oh shit, guys.
Do you know why human beings can do doggy style?
Why?
Because of our unique constitution, it allows that specific style to be possible. We don't necessarily have to do it that way, but it's possible simply because of how we are built. If we were built like watermelons, we wouldn't be able to do doggy style. You know, if we
But it's
were
not
like
the
trees,
same though. I'm
hold up,
talking
hold
about the
up, hold up.
process.
If we were like trees, we can't do doggy style or missionary style. Now, no, I'm trying to show you because you talked about reproduction. Sperm and egg fertilizing are just natural consequences of the genetic material of the male and the buildup of the female, right? At least that's what we observe. It doesn't have to be by design. It could be by design, but it doesn't have to be. And nothing that we observe about it implies that the design carries any validity. What's valid is what it is, after all. What do you do with it, right? And even if it was designed, it doesn't have to be by somebody that's super, 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 super smart. So smart that now we have to worship them. No. It could be a product of a different civilization that genetically or artificially manufactured human beings the way we manufacture devices. It doesn't mean it has to be a god. That person themselves can have their own problems, their own weaknesses, right? Just like human beings, we design magnificent things in our world, but not necessarily that they should worship us,
All right,
right?
how do you explain the weather then? The fact that every single year we have the same seasons: summer, fall, winter, spring, whatever. Like they fall every single time of year. That's definitely by design, no?
If you leave your house every day to go to work, can you explain to me why you walk out the door, the same door every day? Is that by design? You could jump off the window.
No,
Why
but
do you
it's
choose
not
to
the
go out there?
same though. It's not the
No,
same. We're talking about the weather.
relax. Answer my question. Why do you walk out through the same door of your house every day to go to work? Why can't you jump out the window? It's
I
possible.
do sometimes.
You jump out the window sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Okay, why do you even need a house? Why can't you just live out on the grass?
Because I need shelter. I need my own space.
Anytime you have repetitive patterns, you have repetitive circumstances. All right. The way things are happening in our world, of course, the cycles repeat themselves because it's cyclical. And there's only a few amounts of things. It's because
But
of the
that
very
doesn't
nature of our
explain
world.
why every December is winter. That doesn't that doesn't
No,
explain why every June is summer.
it's every December is not winter. It depends on where you are. In Australia, it's not winter in December. It's summer.
All right, cool. If it's
No,
like
no, no.
that way,
Yeah.
then
Yeah. Don't tell me cool.
it's still the
Why is it?
same thing.
Why is it not winter in Australia in December?
By design. By
What
design.
design? What
The
design? What's the
design of the
design?
earth, where the earth is located at that point in time.
Why is there no winter in Nigeria?
By design.
Who designed it?
I believe a almighty being. I don't know the name.
Why did he design it that way? Why?
I don't know if it's a he or she, but that person or that entity for its own entertainment, probably. You know? But it's still by design, though.
Why does he need to be entertained by that?
I don't know if it's a he or she, but I know it's a it. And
why is there a need to be entertained by seasons on Earth?
I don't know. That's beyond my human belief.
No, it's not beyond your belief because you're the one that made up all that bullshit that you've been telling me so far. You're the one that made up the fact that there's a being who designed it. You also made up the fact that he designed it for his entertainment. Now you can't answer the rest of those questions. It's not like you ever made a being that told you that he designed it.
Yeah, but that's not like okay. Like
listen,
you said,
bro,
that's not relevant. Though.
If no, it's very relevant.
It's about
If you're gonna make up answers that you should just say I don't know or just describe it as it is, keep making it up. Don't just get to a point and be like I don't know.
It's about weather, though. All right. We both established that the weather exists, though, right? We both established that there's weather. Now, what we're trying to understand is where does it come from?
No, bro. Listen, bro.
Why is it consistent?
Go and study geography.
Yeah, but that still doesn't explain where it comes from and why.
It doesn't. What do you mean? It doesn't explain why it comes from? We know
like not to the full core of.
No, we know where it comes from.
No, I do. It's the Almighty God, Jesus,
No,
the number
that's who.
one,
That's
King of
who.
Kings.
That's not where. Where is a place?
Who, where, him, she, he. I believe that we live in a world that has been designed by an almighty being. I believe that.
Again, and I'm saying to you that the world could also be a product of small, not mighty beings. So how do you know that it's not the product of small, not
Anything
mighty
that can
being, but
create
the work
this
of an
earth,
almighty being?
all right, anything that can create this earth is an almighty being.
A civilization of 1 billion advanced entities can do it. It's not that
No,
impressive.
they can't. Make a earth.
Bro,
Make
bro,
another planet.
Bro.
You think
bro.
me and you can create another planet?
Bro.
No, we can't.
Bro. What you've just demonstrated right now is why I don't think that people should believe in God.
Why?
The belief
Why?
in God makes human beings stupid.
So you think me and you can create a planet?
What is the limit of human potential across all of eternity? What is the highest thing that you think that humans can do if human beings continue to exist forever? In a billion years, if our technology was to continue to improve at this rate with AI and all this stuff for the next trillion years, tell me one thing you think human beings will be able to do in a trillion years that we can't do today. You can't imagine
create.
what
No. Listen. You can't create emotions. You can't create emotion.
Listen to me. You cannot imagine what human beings will be able to do a trillion years from now.
You can't recreate another human being. You can't. You can't.
Let me finish talking. You, my friend, don't have the mental capacity to imagine what human beings will be capable of a trillion years from now, should human technology continue to improve, and should no cataclysm lead to human extinction.
All right, perfect. You see what you just said? I won't be able to comprehend. All right, that's perfect. You might not be able to also comprehend life before your existence and life before this current civilization.
Listen, that's what you're not getting.
No, but it works both ways though.
That's what you are not getting. It is highly possible that the humanoid species is not a new thing and the earth is just one iteration of it. And as far as human beings,
you think this earth is man-made?
It's possible.
No, come on, Vakanga, man. Come on, you're super smart. You think this earth is man-made? Get out of here. Come on, Vakanga, man.
Is that what I said?
Man.
Is that what I
said?
No,
you said it's possible. It's not possible.
Okay,
that's
if
not
I
possible.
said something, do you know the difference between if something is or if something is possible? Do you know the difference between those two statements?
Of course.
Okay, so if I say it's possible, why isn't it possible?
No, I don't think it's possible. I don't.
Why is it not possible?
It's just not, mate.
Tell me why it's not possible.
For us to create a planet. Come on, man. That's just not happening. That's just not
Tell
real,
me why it's not possible.
Because we don't have the physical capabilities to do that. It's not
what kind of physical capabilities?
Because you would have done it by now. Me and you would have done it by now.
No. It doesn't have to be now. Just because it's possible doesn't mean it has to be now.
Yeah, but that's artificial. I'm talking about a real planet, an actual planet.
If
like
the planet was created by someone, the planet is artificial. Anyways, the only way something is not artificial. If the only way something is not, if it doesn't matter what that being is, if the planet was created by someone, it's artificial. Anyways, the only way something is not artificial if naturally occurring without being intentionally made. So are you saying that the world is artificial? Are you saying that human beings are artificial intelligence?
No, you said it's possible. I'm saying it's not possible.
Hold up. If you think that a supreme being created human beings, that will make us artificial intelligence. We're just robots.
No, not necessarily.
No, necessarily.
No, because that almighty being might be on par with
Listen to me. It doesn't matter what that almighty. It doesn't matter what that almighty being can do. If human beings were manufactured by something else, no matter how advanced we are, we're just really, really advanced robots.
So you're saying me and you are artificial?
No, I'm saying that if you believe that we were made by someone, then we are artificial. We're not a product of the natural environment. So until someone decided that we should exist, we would not have existed. And we couldn't have existed due to just natural circumstances, right? So we can be part of nature. So we're part
Yeah,
of the
yeah, yeah.
natural order.
Okay, yeah. I get what
Listen,
you're trying to say. But at the
exactly.
end of the day, yeah, you have to understand that there's a realm outside of me and you's belief. There's a understanding that we can't comprehend. And I believe that that exists.
The
And that's
only
what
way
God
you
is.
can know, the only way that you can know if there is another realm is if that other realm is this realm. If there was really another realm, you would not know enough to tell me that there is another realm. The fact that you can tell me that there's another realm shows me that altogether it's the same realm. Is that you saying that, hey, look, there's another room in this house? Well, who give a fuck? It's the same house. There's other houses outside, same country, same land, same place, same universe, same existence. So what are you talking about?
It's possible though. Like, why is
No,
it
it
not
is your
possible? You just
inferiority complex. Listen, it is your
but it's not inferiority. It's just a belief
bro,
I wanna cling
bro,
on to.
bro. If your brother is 7 foot tall and he can beat your ass, will you submit to him?
No.
Okay. So I don't give a fuck what any being can do out there or how great you are. Why the fuck should I need to submit to you? If I
But
can
it's
have my
not
own
about
brain to think,
submitting. It's not about
hold up,
submitting.
hold up, bro. You're not listening. Will you worship your brother just because he can whoop your ass?
No.
Will you worship your brother just because he's significantly stronger and can do things better than you in every way?
No, of course not.
Okay, so just because you can make a planet or a universe, why should I worship you?
Well, if you made my planet that I exist in, then yeah, I'll thank you for that. Of course. Why
Okay,
not?
yeah, being thankful and being and worshiping is two different things.
Yeah, I'll worship you. You know, I'll give you
So why don't
a
worship,
position.
why don't you worship your father and your mother? They're the ones who fuck to give birth to you.
I do.
Listen,
I do.
you
I
worship your
believe
father and
that
your mother.
I believe my mom is my version of God. Yes.
Ah,
I
come on, bro.
believe
Stop being confused. Stop being confused. You already said that God is a
how?
supreme being that created the universe. Did your mom
No,
create the
but
universe?
all right. Do you believe how many God do you think there are? I believe there's many different
Guess
gods.
what?
I believe
Guess
that.
what? I think
But
that
there's
they are.
one main. There's one main. I
Listen
think
again.
my mother
Okay.
is the closest representation to a god. Yes, because she birthed life. She created
If your mother is a
absolutely.
perfect representation of an entity, it will not be a god but a goddess. God is a masculine word and your mother is feminine. I mean, unless your mother is a man, then no problem.
But based on what though? Based on what? Like, who
Based on
told you
what?
that?
What?
Who
Who told
told
me
you
what?
that God is a masculine entity?
The word is male. The female version of the word is goddess.
Based on who though? Based
Based
on
on
what? Who told
language.
you that?
Language. It's like the word man is.
Okay, so the white man's language, basically. So you're
It doesn't make
submitting
it
to their
wrong.
language.
Hold up.
You're submitting to
Hold up.
you're
No, I
submitting to a language.
understand. I'm not submitting. I understand the language
No, you're
because
submitting.
the language has to be able to work in the same way that my language works.
But you're using it as a way to
One bang.
define
Listen,
your
listen. In my in
way of
my in my
speaking.
in my in my tribal language, I say one bang. In English, I say boy. I understand both languages, so I know that one bang is a boy, wanyi is a girl. Now, in English, I know that boy is a male young human, and I know girl is a female young human. In English, you say God and you say goddess. I understand the pronouns, the masculinity and the females. It has nothing to do with submission. It's education, intellectual capacity. You want to be a human being that can speak as many languages as possible. That's reflective of your cognitive capabilities. That has nothing to do with submission. That allows you to communicate with someone from there. You see, if you learn the white man's language, you can communicate with the white man in his language. If the white man cannot learn your language, then guess what? That's his fault. He should want to. And there's some who have tried, and they do speak our languages. There's a woman in my village who's white. She married an African man that came and lived in America, and they moved back to Africa, and they've been there for 30 years. She speaks our tribal language. Their kids still live in America. It's learnable. It has nothing to do with submission. What are you talking about? The
It
word
is
God is
submission.
male.
It is submission. But at the same time, though, don't you think God, like an almighty being, can use
what
someone?
does submission mean? What does submission mean? I
Don't you
think you're
think an
tired of this
almighty
conversation.
being can use someone?
What does submission mean?
What's my definition of submission, or the Oxford
No, I'm not asking for your
Dictionary
definition. You didn't invent the dictionary,
definition?
bro. I'm asking you if you're
No,
educated.
but I can have my own perspective on the word, though.
I'm not asking for your perspective.
Yeah,
If
you
you have
are,
your own
because you said
perspective,
what it
hold up,
means.
hold up. If you have your own perspective, invent your own language. Don't use English then.
Yeah, I have.
Okay,
I can
then
take words from I can take words from other languages, can't I? That's what other
again,
countries
those
do.
other languages are invented by other people. Do you have a language that you invented yourself?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, speak it to me. Let me hear.
Lekete.
Thank you for your time, bro.
My brother, let me go, man. I need to make some money, man. But I can't.
You're trolling. Bro's trolling. For your entertainment, ladies and gentlemen, for your entertainment. Why are you so desperate to believe in a God? Royal Champagne, what's going on?
What is this?
Hello?
How about you? Teenage retiree? Maybe living the dream.
You know what? Eavesdropping is not a good thing. Eavesdropping is not a good thing. Atina! The only time I'm allowed to eavesdrop is if they're snoring. Canal. Hello?
Oh my God.
Hello?
What's up, brother?
What's cooking?
Hey, hey, that was just funny, bro. You ask him to speak his language. He invented his own language. I'm still tripping off of that. That was so funny.
I mean,
Hey, man,
listen. It's all for entertainment purposes, man. No
I
stress.
got you. Yeah, I've
Yeah,
been
man.
listening.
What you
I've
got?
been listening, brother, and I've been trying so hard to find something to debate you on, to argue with you with, and I can't. Everything has been so legit and upright and forward and truthful with you, and I can't understand like obviously you've been tearing down these people paradigms, who like the Christians, so to speak, and I understand it because they're hearing things that's just striking the very heart of them. The things you've been telling them is just going against the very thing that they've been raised up to believe in, and it's hard for them to swallow that pill, and it's a hard thing. I understand it because, like I said, it's something that they've been, contaminated with since birth, as I have, but eventually I kind of grew out of it. And like, man, it's like mostly 90% of the things you have said is nothing been, it's been truth to me. I mean, it's like maybe the 10% is still hard for me to. I'm kind of like that guy that was on here previously who stated like I don't think this is just, we happen just miraculously just to appear. I feel like it's, I don't know what to put the name on it. I don't know how to say it.
Do you know why you wrestle with that?
Tell me.
Because you're not secure enough to face any possibility. So you have to delude yourself. Listen, bro. If there's
I'm
anyone
listening.
responsible for creating humans, let them pull up.
I know. Hey,
Until then, we don't need to lie to ourselves.
I know. I think we're just. I feel like we're just so like he kind of explained, man, we have 2 hands, 2 feet. I mean, just we have it's just some. I feel like we're too perfect not to be somebody. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. What
Listen,
you
let me
go ahead?
explain to you. Let me explain
Okay.
to you. Okay. That's why most of the things you learned when you went to school were literally so complicated before you learned them. Anytime you have a complicated problem, try to simplify it. Is it possible that human beings could have been engineered? Yeah. But not by somebody that knew what they were doing 100%, because there's a lot of flaws involved with human existence.
Right.
The question is not if human beings were engineered or not. Now, did that person engineer human beings from scratch, or did they take a pre-existing life form and modify it? That's also very possible. In
Right.
fact, if there's anything associated with intentionality as far as humans are concerned, it's more of a modification than a creation. You
But yeah,
understand?
that's the same thing.
Because
Keep.
listen,
I'm
whatever
listening.
life form would have invented human beings would also need to explain its own existence. And the exact same problems you face when you think that human beings emerge naturally, you will face that same problem with that life form. That will imply that there is a type of life form that can emerge naturally, no matter how you look at it. The question is, why can't it be humans, or why are you just in denial? Shit, if there is a God that emerged naturally and exists naturally forever and was smart enough to create human beings, that shows you that nature, that a type of life can emerge naturally that can be as complex as human, if not more. So what's y'all's problem with human beings emerging naturally? Yeah, whatever you think made human beings, you still have the same problem with that entity, and that motherfucker ain't even here. We have no evidence that motherfucker around.
Yeah,
You see,
well,
it's like people are so obsessed with submitting to something because they don't want to submit to themselves. They don't want to take accountability. Listen, bro, if I have a boss, that means if the company goes bankrupt, it's the boss's fault, not mine.
right.
But
Right.
if I was the boss and the company goes bankrupt, then I have to be responsible for that shit. And there's some people who don't want that responsibility. So they will gladly submit to you as the boss. Because when shit hit the fan, you're the boss, right?
Of course, some
So
people just want a paycheck. They don't want to be a boss.
If you are responsible for your own existence, then all the fucked up things that happen to you is your fault. How many people want to take that responsibility? Not that many. Many people want a devil they can blame and a God they can cry to, because they never grew up as children, right? Their father and their mother took such good care of them. They wanted the father and the mother for the rest of their life, even when they grew up and became fathers and mothers themselves. Bro, you see, growing up mentally is not as straightforward as growing up physically.
Right.
Religious people, especially adult humans, are literally children in adult bodies mentally.
Oh, religious
don't get me
people
wrong.
crazy.
Children have skills, okay? Children have skills and talent. But if you observe them long enough, you're going to see the childishness. But we don't judge them because their physical development justifies why they should behave that way. But when your ass is a grown ass man and you still got a favorite type of Santa Claus, isn't that a problem, buddy? and you still believe in the tooth fairy. Shouldn't your mental growth match your physical growth? Like,
Right.
damn, you're so grown, you stopped growing already. Shit, you're reverting back, but you're still thinking like that 5-year-old. You still want a cookie every time you do something good. Like, bro, why should anyone tell you good job for doing your job?
Right. I cannot argue with you, brother. I can't argue with you. Yeah.
It's because, bro, the world is hard and tough. And I feel more sorry for religious people in the past than religious people today. Because religious people today, we have so many resources that allow us to understand the world.
Exactly.
In the past, life was hard in the past.
Exactly. We have too much technology, too much resources. I mean, to know what we know today, and not from, like we didn't have that 100 and 200
Holy
years
shit.
ago.
Why are we only at 25,000 likes and it's been more than an hour and a half? Y'all, tap the screen. Let's get to 100,000 likes. We should have been at 100,000 likes. I swear. The only thing I don't like about my followers is that you guys sit in my live sessions and like you guys zoned out, or like, I hope you guys are not all high as hell just sitting over here like,
You have them thinking very deeply.
Yeah, you thinking so deeply you forgot to tap the screen. Come on, y'all. Tap the screen. Like this ain't church. And if you want it to be church, you got to pay offering. And if you don't want to pay offering, then please tap the screen now.
Hey, bro. Hey, man. I love you, dude. I love you.
I hope you ain't y'all not high as hell right now.
Yeah, boy. They on one right now.
Look,
You be having them going deep.
Let me tell y'all something, okay? If you want to know that your pastor is full of shit, regardless of how good of a human being your pastor is, just get high before you go to church.
Oh my God, that's a trip right there.
Listen, if you want to know that your pastor's sermon is full of shit, right? If you want to catch on to the bullshit,
oh my gosh,
get in a state of mind where the religious theatrics will not get to you, and you're gonna be able to pick one thing and just focus on it. Like in fact, go to church normally, then like right before the sermon, go outside and take a few hits. Then go back inside during the sermon and then listen to your pastor talk. And you would think you were in the movie theater.
You know how many getting ready to do that right now? They're going to do that this weekend.
Hey, listen, this is science. It's a scientific experiment. I am not encouraging you to go and do substances. No, that's a disclaimer. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying you need to perform an experiment. Huh? This is a scientific inquiry.
Hey, that is so true, man. I mean, you would think. I mean, you would be in there thinking. You would absolutely be in the church thinking while he's doing their theatrics. You know, while everybody's jumping up and down and you're listening to him and watching.
You just gotta be careful because you might catch on to your pastor's bullshit, but because you're in an altered state of mind, you might be tempted to get up and be like, hell no, man, that's some bullshit. In the middle of his sermon. And then they're gonna kick you out of church. And then they're gonna kick you right out.
You might speak out loud, huh?
Anyways, brother, how long you been religious?
Me? I haven't been.
Not
you.
I
grew up.
Not you. You said I was talking about your father.
My father.
How long have you been religious?
Oh, okay, I got you. So
black people, man. How can I say how long have you been religious? And you're like me? Like, bro.
No. I kept looking down and I keep thinking there's somebody else on here too on the panel, but it's you. Anyway.
You know that old joke where someone says tie your shoes, then you look down and your shoes are already tied.
Yeah. I got you. All right. No, I haven't. Man, that's been gone. You know, I woke up a long time ago with the religious stuff. That's been gone a long time. After I then caught on to all the pastors, the preachers, actually studying, the Bible and, studying actually the different types of religions from Muslims to Jehovah's Witness to Christians to Catholics. At a middle age, I wanted to find out what was this stuff all about. And I had friends who were Jehovah's Witness. I had friends who were Catholics. I had friends, Christian friends. And I was like, well, why is this world still screwed up and so much in a fiasco? And everything is just like, it's still so much chaos when we have so much religion going on. And especially growing up in the hood, we had a church on every freaking corner with a liquor store, and my mind started to wonder, like, why is everything so screwed up when we have so much religion? And my mind just started to open up and looking at some of the pastors, like some of these pastors are nothing but pimps, straight up pimps. And I'm like, they come off the streets just like you did. And they're straight up pimps. I mean, all you got to do is, look and observe, look at what they're doing. And, that just opened my eyes, especially, in the hood of the Baptist church and all of those other churches. I couldn't do it no more. I had to grow up. It was a point in time in my life where I just had to grow up, and I started looking at things and start, even when I was reading the Bible, and start seeing the conflict between the church, the head of the church, and they wasn't even following their own doctrines. You know, I just had enough of
Do
it.
what I say, but don't do what I do.
Right. I had enough
Do
of
what
that.
I say, but don't do what I do. That's always been the motto in the religious world. Because at the highest levels of leadership, they have to portray themselves as holy and righteous people. Well, but if you observe them long enough, you realize that they don't live up to that. So the mantra became, at least goes without saying, do what I say,
Oh,
but not what I
listen, I
do.
have one of my friends his grandmother. She was devoted, devoted to their church. Been there for 30, 40 something years, going to her church. She passed away, and he went to the pastor of that church, and he asked the pastor if they, she gave her 10% or 15%, religiously to the church. Never
It
missed it.
always be women. It always be women. Woo!
Right. After she passed, though, he went to ask the pastor if they could have her service. He wouldn't allow it. He would say he's told him we're gonna have to charge you. And I'm like, his grandmother was one of the most faithfulest member of this church, and you do her like this, and that just really tore me up too. It's all phony.
Let me
It's
tell
phony.
you a truth. Your employer doesn't care about you. He only cares what you can do for him.
Yeah.
Your pastor doesn't care about you. He only cares that you occupy that seat in his church because that validates
Yep.
his feelings towards himself. You understand?
Yeah. You 100%
Listen.
right.
Someone who cares about you would do things for you when they're in the position to do things for you. But someone who cares about you only to tell you things, but never do the things they're supposed to do to show that they care, that's just a scam. It's like a relationship, right? Someone telling you how much they love you, but they never do actions consistent with that claim.
Right.
Listen, I think that religious people are more addicted to being told what they want to hear than the pastors are greedy. The greed of the people supersedes. No, the gullibility of the people supersedes the greed of the sellers, of the preachers.
Well, that's why they go to church.
There's a lot of business. There's so much business. You can go into a church of 1,000 people, and each of those 1,000 people can leave and go and start their own church, and they can each have a church of 1,000 people within 10 years.
They go
because there's so much demand for false hope.
Right. Once a week, they go and get that feel good. After they finish twerking all week, they go once a week to go get that feel good.
Some
from
people
the pastor.
have been going to church so long, it's just muscle memory. It's not even intentional. It's just routine now.
Right.
I see Maven. What's up, Maven?
Yeah, I'm good. How's it going, man?
What's going?
How's it going? How are you?
It's going the way you see it going, brother. And I am the way you see me.
Yeah, so when you make a claim that there is no God, but I'm here right now, I'm a God, the Son of God, right? And I exist. Now, on what are you basing that claim on?
On the fact that you have a mental illness if you think you're a god or the son of a god.
So what is mental illness? Which mental illness?
Delusional paranoia, probably some form of schizophrenia.
And
so it's a condition that we call.
Who formulated?
It's a manageable condition that we call being absent-minded.
Are you a psychiatrist now?
No, I'm a student of psychology, but I'm not a professional psychiatrist.
So you read the book that was written by men?
No, I read the data that was collected by people.
They made it up.
I have read a study. I have read studies with data that can be presented and observed and checked and balanced by seeing if what was written is consistent with what can be observed, and it is true. I'm definitely observing some type of delusion right now. That's why you are describing yourself as something you are not, when you clearly have the ability
You are
to
not
see yourself
observing.
as you are.
You are not observing anything. You are not observing anything because you
So
are
you're
just a
okay. Okay, sure,
shape-shifting
sure,
ape.
sure,
You are an
sure.
evolved monkey in your paradigm, right? You are an evolved
Hey,
monkey.
hey, guess
So
what?
your
Guess
your
what?
mind, you only have access to. You don't have access to the external world.
Hold up. Let me
You
ask you a
cannot
question.
evaluate facts.
Let me ask you a question. What's the difference between an evolved monkey and a divine robot? You are a robot that
What
was
is a divine
artificially
robot?
created by some other entity, right? You are an artificial intelligence and a whole AI like you. You're making fun of this
No,
evolved
you are
monkey.
the artificial intelligence. You
Oh,
evolved. You are the
hold up,
artificial
hold up, hold up,
intelligence.
hold up. Listen,
You are like weed and I'm a crop. Like if you plant a crop in your field and then weeds grow, you are the weed.
hey, guess what? Guess what? When the weed grows, what happens to the crop? The weed chokes the crop, right? The weed has more ability to survive than the crop, right? And hold up,
Yeah, sometimes.
hold up. The crop is food for the farmer, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you are somebody's food. No problem. Nobody has to plant the
And
weed
you
for
are
the
just
weed
a
to
weed.
grow. Yeah, sure. I am just the weed. I grow wildly. And no matter how many times you cut me, hold up. I am the weed and I grow wildly. No matter how many times you cut me, I will still grow. Somebody's gonna fry you and eat you, turn you into popcorn very soon. Maybe that's why your brain is the way it is. Poof,
Yeah,
poof.
yeah. I'm going to be purified. I'm going to be
Yeah,
purified.
yeah. That's what
I'm going to
cooking is
be
called. When
ground
you
and
cook,
I'm going to
when
be
you cook, you're purifying the food. when you
yeah, I'm
fry
going to be
fish,
purified. You
when
you are going to be plucked up and you are going to be burned.
and I will grow again. Nobody has to plant me. I will grow
You will
again.
not grow again. No,
Well,
no,
go and
you
cut
will not grow again.
go and cut the grass in front of your house and see if it doesn't grow again. Go and cut the grass in front of
That's
your
a
house and see
different
if it
grass
doesn't grow
from the
again. It is weed. It's grass.
that's a
Weed is
different grass
grass.
from the one that I cut.
It is grass.
If you get cut down, you are just like a beast that perish. You are just an evolved monkey. You
Okay.
are going nowhere.
And
Me,
you are
when I
just
die, the Lord
and you
will
are
save my soul from the pits of hell.
hold up. Listen to me.
That's the
Let me
difference
hold up,
between me
hold
and
up,
you.
hold up. I like your analogy. So let me break it down for you so you can really understand what's going to happen to you at the end. Okay, bro? Just listen very carefully.
Bro, this is my analogy. How can
Yeah.
you explain my analogy to me? I'm the you.
because I'm smarter.
You are an evolved monkey, bro.
Listen.
You don't have access to you don't have access to logic or
I am an
anything
evolved.
like you cannot explain
I am
anything
an
to me.
evolved monkey who is smarter than you. So I'm going to ask you to have self-control, like someone who is not an evolved monkey.
You are not smart.
Right now,
you are not smart. You are just shrewd,
brother.
You are just shrewd. You are not smarter than me.
Right now, you are behaving like an evolved monkey. You just keep talking. It's my show.
No, you
are
are
the
an
guest.
evolved monkey.
Okay, then don't behave like one now. You know, if you tell a monkey to keep quiet, they don't know. They just keep going. Have you seen a banana anywhere here? Don't relax. Let me give you what I think of your analogy, okay? I am the wheat and you are the crop, okay? Let me tell you what happens to crop. Somebody's going to plant you and then you're going to grow. And then you might get choked by the weed or the birds will come and fuck you up. A few insects might fuck you up and you might be a deformed type of weed or crop. Now, if you're lucky enough and you're taken care by your planter, the farmer, you will grow very healthy. But eventually, you will be plucked off, cut up, cooked, eaten, digested, and your final destination is shit. You'll be coming out of somebody's asshole. That's what happens to food. So yes, I'd rather be the weed that grows in the wild for a specific amount of time and then gets cut down and goes right back into the ground as fresh fertilizer. At least I don't have to go through the process of being cooked, like your pastor cooks your brain every Sunday. You know, eaten, and he eats all your money, and then digested and comes out as stinking shit. So I don't know why you use that analogy. That's not a good one, bro. You have to think of a better one.
Bro, you are going to be plucked up and you are going to be thrown into the fire that does not go out. The
Yes, I'd rather
unquenchable
be that
fire.
than to end up as
When
a
you are
pile
going
of
to be
shit.
bent up.
Yeah, I prefer that than to be a pile of shit at the end. Stinking ass shit.
Yeah, that just shows your ignorance. It shows you don't even
I don't
understand the
know.
analogy.
I don't know. You're the one who said that you are the crop and I'm the weed, and I know how all crops end. You know, have you ever seen? You might be beans. The way you sound like beans. I thought you were corn at first, but now you sound like beans. So your final destination.
So
will be,
you know, you claim you know how all crops end, but do you know that some of them are seeds?
that means
Some of the crop are seeds.
Guess
They
what?
go back into the ground and then they
True.
grow again.
True.
You don't even
True.
true.
Hold up.
But you
You're
said all
correct.
crops are all
Cor- brother.
you are contradicting yourself right now.
Brother, relax now.
You said
You're
all
correct.
crops end up as
You're correct.
food and
Yes,
then they
I'm giving
become sheep.
I'm giving you credit. You're correct. All crops, some of them are reserved for seed, right? But you're not one of them. You're the one that gets eaten and turned to shit.
Yeah. How do you know?
Hey, Maven,
How do you know that?
I'm just saying.
He's a monkey.
Bro, this guy is the demon, bro. He's a
demon. He's everything, but like, how do you feel when you're trying to rationalize with a monkey? Like, what's that make you when
Yeah.
you?
Who is the dumber one?
Sometimes,
hey, King Callisto.
Sometimes I go on AI and I debate with an AI.
Hold up,
and then I show the AI that is wrong, and then the AI start contradicting itself.
Marvin,
the AI start contradicting itself,
Marvin,
and then I know I've won this debate. I won the debate. You contradicted yourself already.
Marvin, let me ask you a question, Marvin. Who is dumber?
You conceded my point.
Marvin,
you conceded my point.
Marvin,
Bro,
relax.
You conceded my point.
Marvin, who do you think is
You are
dumber?
trying to deny that the fact that you conceded my point.
Sure. You won. You're the champion. Let me ask you a question. Listen, who is dumber? An evolved monkey or a smart, intelligent person like you that argues with an evolved monkey?
Bro, why is this boy talking mad in the
Who is smarter? Is it the evolved monkey or is it the person who argues with the evolved monkey?
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just edifying you, bro.
Hey, brother, why? How can you try to edify an evolved monkey? How do you edify an evolved monkey?
When you tame a wild animal, it's the same. When you tame a wild animal.
So when you tame the wild animal, what do you do with it?
You domesticate it, and then it.
And then once you domesticate it, what do you do with it?
You can put it to work.
And you also put it in a cage.
And you can plant more.
You also
crops.
put it in a cage, right? Like your pastor did to you. That's why you go to your cage every Sunday.
You get a better harvest, and you get a better harvest.
That's what happened to you. You have been domesticated. Let me ask you, what religion do you believe in, actually, Marvin?
I'm a Christian.
Which type?
Christian.
Which type of Christian?
Before the correct doctrine, before orthodoxy, before Roman Catholicism, before Protestantism, they were Christians. They were called Christians. They were not called anything else.
Which type was that?
Just called Christians.
Who called them Christian?
Christians. The pagans.
Which Christians?
The pagans, the Greek pagans called them Christians.
Which Greek pagans?
The ones in Antioch.
Which one were the ones in Antioch?
The pagans in Antioch called the Christians Christian.
Were you in Antioch?
Bro, you want to debate Christianity, but
Were you
no, I
in
know church
Antioch?
history.
Were you in
So
Antioch?
you want to debate?
Were you in Antioch?
No, I was not. No, I don't need to be in Antioch.
How do you know
I
that
don't
that
need to
happened?
be in Antioch.
How do you know that's not a lie?
Because it's logically consistent with my other beliefs.
How is it logically consistent that it could be a lie? That
It coheres with my
that's
other
not a
beliefs.
lie that Christians were first called
It
Christians by
coheres
pagans
with
in
my other
Antioch.
beliefs.
What belief is consistent with the fact that Christians were called Christians in Antioch? What belief is consistent with that?
The belief that I'm a son of God, and
What
Jesus
does
is
you
my
being a
elder.
son of God
That
have to do
belief.
with Christians being called Christian in Antioch?
I'm a son of God, and Jesus is my elder.
Who told you that you were a son of God?
So Jesus established a
Who
church.
told you that you were a son of God?
God.
When did God tell you that?
God did.
When?
What do you mean when? According to the time of men.
W-H-E-N. W-H-E-N.
Do you want me to?
When did God tell you that you were a son of God?
Now, right now. Before I made the claim, he told me I'm his son.
Are you high?
Hey Maven, can I ask you
No, I'm not
something?
high. I don't smoke that shit.
You know where the word Christian come from? I mean, I'm sure you studied where it actually came from and what they meant by when they called people Christians back in those days. It was
According to
actually
the
like
pagans or according to church
no,
history.
it was actually a bad word. It was like using the N word. It wasn't nothing nice. It really wasn't.
So it has nothing to do with Christ. That they
Exactly.
were Christ followers. It has nothing to do with it. So
Exactly.
your pagan source or these liberal scholars, where are they getting that source from? They don't have a church that
Marvin, relax.
the gates
Marvin,
held for
before I
2,000
let you
years.
go,
Where are they getting that claim from?
Marvin, when the host is talking, you shouldn't be talking. Marvin, this was a nice conversation, but I got a few questions I want to ask you before you go. You say you were a Christian, right?
Okay.
You believe in Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior.
I'm actually a Christ.
Do you believe in Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior?
Yeah, Jesus is my elder.
I didn't ask you if he was your elder. I said, do you believe that he is your Lord and Savior?
Yeah, he's my Lord and Savior. Yeah, he saved my soul from the pits of hell.
Did he die for your sins?
Like he brought me from hell, like I was dead.
Did he die for your sins? Direct answers only, no explanations needed.
People at that time, that generation.
Marvin, read the screen, bro.
No, he died for that generation.
Read the screen.
He died for things of that generation.
Read the screen.
For my sins.
Read the screen. Read everything.
I said no.
No, read the screen first.
I said no.
Read the screen.
I said no.
Read what's on the screen.
No is a direct answer. I said no.
Read what's on the screen.
I said no. No is a direct answer. It's a response.
Read what's on the screen.
Answer means response, and no is a response to your question.
Read what's on the screen.
Do you want me to read it out?
Yes.
I read what's on the screen. I read.
Read it out loud, please.
Direct answers only, no explanation needed.
All right. Remember that part that says no explanation. Do you believe that Jesus died for your sins?
You did not specify what is a direct answer.
Thank
you
you for your
specify
time.
what
Have
is
a
a
good
direct
day.
answer? Is it a yes or no question?
Have a good day, okay, Marvin?
Then you should say yes or no
Have
answers
have
only.
have have have
No
a good day.
explanation needed.
Have a good day,
Because
okay,
direct
Marvin?
answer can also include an explanation.
Have a good day, okay, Marvin?
I gave you a direct answer.
Have a good day, okay? I'm trying to say goodbye in a respectful way, but you don't want
No,
you don't
you
want to
have a good
respect me.
night.
Okay, sure. Take care of yourself, okay? Oh, you want me to drop you? You don't want to go? Good job. I can only deal with the cognitive dissonance and the low brain IQ for a good amount of time.
I don't get
It's
high, but I
ridiculous.
needed to get high on that one.
Man, what's going on, Zoo?
Bankanga, what's the word, man?
The word is Cash App at Bakanga Foundation.
Okay, how much you need?
Anything more than $100.
Anything more than $100?
Yeah.
All right, I got you.
I'll be waiting.
Bro, I'm so glad we like in this day and age and this time, because you would be dangerous if we were way back like 100 to 200 years ago. they would be looking to string you up on a tree, burn
Bruh,
you like a witch.
bruh.
Why would anybody want to burn Bangkok?
Yeah, because religious
The
extremism is not as
information.
bad today as it was back then. Are you kidding? Oh, hell no. It,
He's
there's an
going against the
entire
grain.
there's an entire department of the Catholic Church that has the single job of unaliving people who do what I do throughout history.
Exactly. He's
Yeah,
going against the
I agree with
grain.
that. I agree with what you just said right there. The Western Christianity, they known for that, the Crusades and all that. That's what they do, baby.
It's beyond just Western Christianity. Even within Islam, they have something like that. In Hinduism,
Oh
they have
yeah,
something like that.
yeah. Islam, yeah,
Even
no doubt.
in African traditional religions, even in the old religion of the Jews. That's why when you read the Bible, you often see stories in there where one king would come and then kill all the prophets of another prophet of another god,
Based
right?
off their religion, or did they want the land?
Yeah. No, based off the religion.
Oh
They were
man,
always fighting.
I ain't never seen nobody do this based off of the religion. I seen them, they wanted to take over a territory, and then
Now,
it's
when King Hezekiah became king, he burned and destroyed all the temples of Baal and Astaroth and killed all the prophets of Baal and Astaroth. Baal and Astaroth were ruling over Israel in those days, right? When Elijah won the battle on the mountain, the battle of fire down, he killed all the prophets of Baal, who were the servants of Jezebel. And Baal used to rule Israel in those days. When Solomon became king, God gave him wisdom apparently, but he married women from other nations and they converted him to their gods.
I thought you was talking about real life.
Well, real life, they weren't that big and serious. I'm talking within the book.
Oh, you went from the Catholics, which is real life.
I went from the real world into the book. Yeah.
To Jews in the book, so called. Okay,
because
I got you.
Yeah, I think you understand what I mean.
No, I didn't know. I thought we was talking real life. You know what I mean?
Like
real life.
It is real life. Check, this is the context in which I meant that. Even within the real world and within the fictitious stories, you still see the same narrative. Because that is human. That's human nature. Within every religion, there is intolerance, whether it is within the fictitious nature of the religion or the realistic application of the religion.
So let me make a claim. Like Islam is extremely old in Ethiopia, and Islam is extremely old. I'm sorry, and Christianity is extremely old, and older than them both is Judaism in Ethiopia. These people don't fight each other. All three religions are there. They've been there for a long time. never fight each other. Why is that?
That has nothing to do with a religion. That is African exceptionalism. The Igbos have been the Igbos for generations with the Igbo gods. The Yorubas have been the Yorubas with the Yoruba gods. The Ashantis have been the Ashantis. African tribes and African people, we had achieved religious harmony
I agree.
way before the Europeans came. Yes, we had gotten to the point where all of our religious disputes was within the confines of the religion itself. It never transcended beyond the religion itself. One tribe never felt the need to convert the other tribe. We had understood the nature of religion as man-made, so much that if I can make mine, because you have to think about how tribes begin, okay? Tribes begin in such a way, let's say Texas, right? There's no people in Texas, not yet. There's not that many. And I live from California with my 5 sons and my 5 wives, and we migrate to Texas. One of my sons moves to Dallas, the other one moves to Houston, the other one moves to Abilene, the other one moves to San Antonio. And they each take 5 wives, and they form the individual tribes. After maybe 50 years, each of them got about 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 people each. Of course, as they go about their daily activities, they're going to form their own cultures, their own traditions, right? Now, those were all originally my 5 sons. And I was a man who used to believe in Ombongo. But one of my sons thought it was just all bullshit. So he migrated with his family and they walked away and they never really believed in Ombongo. He never tolerated that. So his descendants formed their own, maybe Njuga. That's their own deity that they formed. Then one of my other sons, they also take Ombongo, but they have one version of Ombongo. The other 4 sons, they all have different versions of Ombongo. Eventually, they might even change the name. Right? That's how you have tribes. Tribe number A that believes in Njuga will never go to tribe number B and be like, hey, you guys need to stop doing that. Let me give you the good news of Njuga. Because Ombongo is not a real God. Nah, we didn't do that. We'll only fight when our tribes converge at the river and it's dry season and there's not enough water for everybody. When we get to the border of our lands and we have some land disputes. That's it. Not over religion. Now, within the tribe themselves, you have the one who says, well, Ombongo has said we have to sacrifice 35 virgins. And it was like, no, we don't need to sacrifice 35. We need to double the number. Well, we don't have enough virgins in our land. Well, we need to go and attack another land and get virgins. No, we should not go because the other tribe is very powerful. If we attack them, they might come and destroy us. All of that for their God, right? Intra-religion. So in Ethiopia, those are African people nonetheless. And Ethiopia is vastly divided into different tribes. The tribes that are probably predominantly Muslims is not the same tribe that is predominantly Christian. It's probably not the same tribe that is predominantly Judaism. Now, as time has gone by, I imagine that you can find many elements in different tribes. But I know for sure you have the Oromo people. You have I don't know. Is it Habesha also an Oromo? I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, you said it.
Right. Same thing. You see, Islam is a religion of a specific tribe called the Arabs. Judaism is also the religion of a specific tribe called the Israelites. These are all tribal religions. Anyways.
So the second thing, I disagree. Judaism is a religion. It's more universal. The Israelites, in a sense, invented it, but then they started like accepting other people. Like that's what happened.
Nope. Judaism is Jewish. I probably shouldn't say this on TikTok. It's Israelite superiority complex, supremacy. That's why they make themselves God's chosen people, and everybody else will serve them. Everybody else is their slaves and cattle.
Yeah, so that's different.
It literally is Israelite supremacy. It's the same as white supremacy, but except through ethnicity. It's the exact same bullshit, even more toxic.
I disagree. Like I do know what you're talking about, though. You're talking about Jew supremacy. Yeah. That's different than, Israelite being a priest to the world. That's different. A different thing.
They don't need to be a priest to the world because the world doesn't need priest.
Sure it does.
No, it doesn't.
So I'll explain to you why, Bangkok.
I would check this out, brother. it depends on
Can
the
I?
nature of the
Can I?
world, right, bro? Before
Can
you
I
say that,
say?
let me say something to you.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Who gives a freaking Israelite the right to go to China to tell Chinese people how to live? Who the fuck give them that right? Who the fuck give
I couldn't
Chinese
hear you.
people
Say
the
it
right to
again. You
go
went
to?
out. Your mic is breaking up, man. I couldn't hear you.
Who gives the Israelites the right to go to China and tell Chinese people how to live their lives?
So like it's not about a right. Like you were saying, there's no need for priests. But if we have no priests, then we have no scientists. That's all that priests are, scientists. That's all it is. The person who can calculate the sun, moon, and stars and all of this, that's all a priest is.
No, sir.
Okay.
The priests are the preachers of the moral standards developed by the monarchies of the land, using religion as a tool. Those are the enforcers of morality. The
So
law enforcement officers of the moral police of a system.
so Bankanga. So priests existed before the Bible narrative. And I'm telling you.
No, not before the Bible narrative, right? I think you are confusing a priest with a sage. Sages
No.
is what the world needs. And a sage doesn't enforce morality. They just provide wisdom at the discretion of the listener. A priest must enforce a specific moral code, regardless of which tradition that priest comes from.
So I disagree. So like the priest of ancient Kemet, like is not doing what you talking about. I'm telling you, it's just a
No,
science.
he is doing exactly what I'm talking about. Kemeth wasn't. Listen, bro. Let me explain something to you. And this is the problem that we have. Okay, going from bullshit to bullshit doesn't change the fact that both bullshit is both shit.
But you saying priest, and I'm saying to you, this is a universal term. Your lens of you thinking about the Bible and all of this stuff, you're filtering what you're saying. You're like, well, no, it's a sage. No, that's just an old man who has some wisdom, is what you calling the sage.
No.
Priest,
Hold up.
if I can finish.
Hold up. I am a sage. And I'm not an old man that has wisdom. A sage is just someone who has learned a specific discipline.
You know what I meant. So, but Bankaga, the point of what I'm saying is the priests in times past used to be responsible for the calculations of the earth, the sun, the moon, the stars, how the science works, so you know how to grow crops, all of these different things. A priest was nothing more than a scientist that used these principles.
I beg to differ.
Okie dokie.
Now, I think that I might have a hint of what you're trying to say, but you're not saying it the way maybe you're thinking it in your head. All right?
Okay.
You have to understand the relationship between science and religion. That religion within itself doesn't really have any true power. Right? Now, the true power in religion is really how sophisticated of superstitions they can build and how easily their people can absorb it. You always had sages. Sages were people that were always curious about the world. They always desired to learn about the world. But sages naturally don't like to submit to anyone. Not to a king, not to anyone. Sure, it's the very nature of smart people, right? Why the fuck should I listen to your dumb ass, bro? I know better than you. So guess what? Within different religious systems, emerge a mediator between the sage and the king. That mediator eventually became closer to the king than to the sage. Why? Because at some point they realized they don't really need the sage anymore. If they can just grasp a little bit of what the sage says, they can now build a superstition around it in the image of the specific propaganda that the ruler of the land wants, and then the priest will manage that moral system, right? Like every New Year's, all virgins must assemble in the village square in celebration of the deity of fertility. The priest is the one that will oversee that event. The sage will say, well, there's really no use to these virgins doing this unless they're here to pick husbands. and that's a good way to showmanship your beauty. Of course, in that culture, maybe they don't sexualize or objectify women like you see in many African tribes, right?
So
That would be the sage's input. Now, in terms of discipline and skills, bro, in terms of disciplines and skills, if you had the blacksmith, there will be someone else that is very good at doing blacksmithing. If you had the mason or the bricklayer, there will be somebody else that is good at that. If you had the scribe, there will be somebody else that's doing that. If you had the philosopher came way earlier, way later, actually. Let me not even mention them. If you had the how do you call it? The carpenter, same thing. If you had the farmer, same thing.
So the Dogon tribe has priests. They were astronomers. Their high priest understood astronomy. These other African tribes, they would have shaman. These people were doctors. They're still going around these days. They call these people the priests. They're not the king. They're none of that. They're the person with the high science to whatever field of study they dealt with. That's what a priest was.
I see the problem now. Those are not priests. But the Westerners
call them priests.
Hold up. When the Westerners saw them, they called them priests because of what they understood a priest to be, but those are not priests. You're correct. You're correct. If that's what you're trying to say, you're correct. Those are not priests. A shaman is not a priest. A shaman is... I think a shaman is worse than a priest, in my opinion.
A shaman is a doctor. That's all.
If you just want to refer to him as a native doctor, I can get it. A traditional doctor, I can get
It's a scientist. That's what I'm saying to you. That's what the priest was. Whatever particular insight.
No, bro. The word priest and the idea of priest, as we understand it today, originate within Western civilizations. Right?
Stop that.
Other cultures had different people that played different roles in society, and it wasn't always structured like that. The word priest is not a generic word that you can use to describe every form of knowledge holder in every group. Of course, that's why you have words like shaman, native doctor, herbalist, and stuff like that. Usually, a person's discipline, a person's title was specific to their discipline. A person's title is specific to their discipline. You are overgeneralizing.
Congo, listen. The word Kohen, right, is an Afro-Asiatic word, which means priest. There's plenty of people, in a sense, who use this word in Afro-Asiatic context. The word shaman is also an Afro-Asiatic word, which means oil. This is what this is talking about. A person who's a shaman or priest is a person who is anointed or who anoints. This is all that this is talking about. You're trying to tell me that priests came from the West? They're literally naming these things Afro-Asiatic things. So if you want to say, yeah, the word priest comes from the West.
Bro. I can't believe you brought up that Afro-Asiatic bullshit again, man.
Or some beef rice.
Last time you came up here and you brought up that Afro-Asiatic nonsense, bro, you proved yourself to not...
Man, Conga, it's 400 Afro-Asiatic languages. They all use the same root words. They use the word shaman.
Brother, there is a practicality to language, and there's a conceptualization to language as well. All right, bro? And do not confuse. You are caught up in a labyrinth of indoctrination, maybe some science, philosophy, and superstition. You're caught up in between. There's a practicality to them. You have to also separate the modern utility of those words and ancient utility of those words. The way it was used in those days and the way it's used today. All right. Okay. The reason why I'm saying to you that a priest is not a scientist has everything to do with his job. Also, when you mention a shaman, that will have everything to do with it. Those titles are not just empty titles, regardless of what language it has its roots in.
I'm telling you what they actually are. So first off, we didn't say scientists back in the day. That's a Western word. But alchemistry, these things, they exist. A person who's playing with spirits or playing with chemistry. This is where you get our chemistry from. This is what this talking about. Bankanga. What is wrong with you?
What use does that information have? What you just said right now, how useful is it?
I'm showing you that a chemist was considered a priest. If you go back in
So
time,
hold up.
you will
Let me ask you a
see.
question. Hold up. If a chemist was considered a priest, what use does that information have?
You were saying that priest is only according to how you using the word priest, and that I'm in some type of delusion about the word priest. I know
Hold up.
what
Let's
the
forget
idea
what I
of
said earlier. Answer my
is.
question specifically right now. Once you've told someone that a chemist is a priest, what use
Yeah,
is that information to the person?
that's the person that you go to if you want to know how to mix elements, make medicine, and do all of these different types of things.
Okay, if that person's title is priest or chemist, what difference does it make?
Yeah, it doesn't make any difference. That's what I'm saying to
So
you.
that's why I say you're lost in the sauce. You have to consider who you're talking to, right? You have to also consider the utility of your information. Don't be a field bro. Okay, you're not even a field bro. Don't be someone that just throws information out there just for people's entertainment. If your goal is to entertain, then I have no problem with what you're saying. If your goal is to enlighten, then you're lost in the sauce.
I think I just enlightened everybody that a priest and a chemist and a scientist is all the same goddamn thing.
No, sir. No, sir. It is not. At all. It is not. Right here, right now, a priest is not a chemist. A chemist is not a priest. You are wrong. You are so wrong. The word wrong is not wrong enough to describe how wrong you are.
We went back to Africa. The conversation.
We don't need to go back because I'm talking about present utility right here, right now.
I understand what you're saying, Bankanga, but the conversation was us going to Ethiopia, the Crusades, people killing each other, all of these different things, and that's how we ended up speaking about what a shaman is, what a
No,
Kohen.
that wasn't the conversation.
Well,
the only
I
time you
understand,
mentioned
Bankanga.
Ethiopia in today's conversation is when you said, why is it that there's Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, and they coexist in Ethiopia just fine?
Exactly.
That was hold up. That was the context in which we spoke about that, right?
Yeah.
And then you later on claim that you feel like Judaism is more natural or is more necessary, something like that. And then you
No,
talked
I'll say
about
it.
them. Hold up. And you talked about them being like a
That's
priesthood
not
to the
true.
world.
You just said. So what I said was you spoke about, in a sense, particular tribes having particular stuff. You said that Judaism is an Israelite thing. And I said, no, it's not, Bankanga. I said that Judaism is a religion that a whole bunch of different people practice. Like the Bible even shows you that people from other faiths and other tribes, they become Jewish. It's real simple. Judaism is a religious practice that a whole bunch of people get to do.
Just like Christianity, just like Islam.
Yeah.
Psych, you didn't give us new information. What's your point?
Well, you said that it was an Israelite thing, and I'm saying to you
It is. Just
Okay.
like Christianity is a European thing, though we can see that Christianity has spread beyond Europe. Just like Islam is a hold up. Just like Islam is an Arab thing, though we can see that Islam has spread beyond Arabia, right? Just like Kung Fu is a Chinese thing, but Kung Fu has spread beyond Asia. Just like Buddhism is an Asian thing, but it's spread beyond Asia. That's how ideas travel. What substance is there in making that claim?
I'll say touche from a modern standpoint, but originally I wouldn't say touche because Abraham, the patriarch of all of this stuff, he wouldn't have known what Judaism is at all.
That motherfucker didn't exist.
Well, let's just say whoever existed before Israelite was a word, they would have still have been dealing with the God of the Israelites. You understand?
No, false.
Well, I can literally. Well,
so let me ask you something. Hold up. Hold on. Let me ask you an honest question.
Hold on,
brother. Hold up. Let me ask you a question. Okay. Is the God of the Israelite also the God of the Sumerians?
Yes. Yes.
So you're saying that
yes.
you're saying that the God of the
And that's
Israelites is an
exactly what I was
Anunnaki.
going to show. And that's exactly what I was going to show back.
Hold up, bro.
Oh,
hold up.
Hold up. Can I get this out real quick?
No,
2
sir.
seconds. 2
No,
seconds.
sir.
I can't
No,
get
sir.
2 seconds. 1 second.
No, sir. No, sir.
All right, go ahead.
Hold up. You're saying that the God of the Israelites is an Anunnaki.
I didn't say that, but I can say that. But I didn't say that, but I can say that. Anunnaki is just saying I. That's all you're saying.
Bro, hold up. Direct answers only, no explanations. If you're knowledgeable in what you're saying, you should be able to answer my questions directly.
Yeah, but you don't know what an Anunnaki is. You don't know that Afro.
I know what an Anunnaki is. You don't.
What is it? What is it? Break it down.
An Anunnaki again.
Hey!
Sorry, my phone thing came on. Go ahead. Break it down.
First, no. Listen. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. You're going to answer me.
Sure.
All right. Who were the god of the Sumerians?
Yahweh.
According to
the Pentateuch, what the Samaritans read.
According to what?
The Pentateuch, the Samaritan Pentateuch. You ever heard of this? No.
Who were the Samaritans?
I don't know. You tell me. But I know they worship Yahweh. I know this. I
didn't ask you about the Samaritans. I said Sumerians.
Oh, hold on. Let me see if they spoke an Afro-Asiatic language. What's the name of that? What's the name of that language? Was it Akkadian?
They were before the Egyptians. Yeah.
Yeah. Was that language Akkadian or Ugaritic? I need to know their language.
No, stop being full of shit. If you knew where they were, you would know. Do you know about the Sumerians?
I'm going to say no, because I thought you was talking about the Samaritans.
You said whoever was before Abraham, whoever was before the Israelites was worshiping the same God as the Israelites.
Yeah, I said
so I asked you about one of the most studied and understood ancient civilizations in the human world. Sumer. The Sumerians.
Oh, you talking about what's that language? Ugaritic. Yeah, they did deal with Ugaritic. Yes, Yahweh was their God.
You got to be trolling, bro. Thank you for your time.
Put it in ChatGPT.
Put it in.
Can you find Yahweh in Ugaritic?
I'm done. You're trolling. You're trolling. Thank you. I appreciate you today, bro. It's always entertaining talking to you, bro. Thank you so much for your time.
Take it easy.
No way.
Hey, what's up, man?
What up, dog? What you got?
All right, so so let me guess. You're atheist. You don't believe in God, huh?
There's no need to believe in fictional characters.
All right, so I wanna first congratulate you on taking the first part of the Shahada, to not believe in Allah. Okay, so you don't believe in any gods, but there is Allah, which is our creator. Now, let me ask you this, right? If, let's say, an object was, I don't know, presented to you that no one has ever seen before, right? No one has ever seen this object, touched it, detected it. It's completely unknown to humanity. Who would be able to tell you about it?
No one.
I'm gonna say that again. If there's an object that's presented to you, right? It could say.
By who?
I'm just saying. It could be any new object. It's a new object.
Yeah, I want to understand the context. I want you to help me understand the context in which I encounter the object. So who is presenting it? Who presents it to me?
It doesn't matter. I'm just saying it could be any worldly object. It could be anything. I'm just saying it's an unknown object, but you've seen it, right? Who would be able to tell you about it?
Whoever presents it to me.
So
now, let me see if I can help. If I run into it randomly in the middle of the desert,
no, not in the middle of the desert. I'm not talking about in the middle of the desert, right? I'm asking you a simple context of question, right? I'm saying to you, if there was an object presented to you, for example, a new object, something that the majority or all of the world hasn't seen, who would be able to tell you about it?
Whoever presents the object to me.
But just because the person presents the object, it doesn't mean they're the ones who made the object.
Well, considering that I have no other data on the object, and my goal is to investigate its origins, and my goal is to be as truthful and honest about myself, I will begin with whoever has the closest relationship to that object that I have access to within reason. And if the person presenting the object to me also doesn't know, then my only other choice at that point would be to study the object as it is, attempt to reverse engineer that object, and see if I can replicate it. And by replicating it, I might gain some insights about the object.
I get where you're going. So let's think about it this way, right? When we have like a new invention, right? A new invention that no one has ever seen before but the inventor, we would have to say that the inventor created that object, right? Is that fair to say?
If it's something that's within human ingenuity and I can tell just by observing, and then I will not consider the possibility that it's outside of human ingenuity. Yes, I will assume that there's an inventor that is human. Whether I encounter that inventor or not, I will assume that.
All right, so let's apply this logic to the universe itself. Now, how would you say the universe came into existence?
I don't say that the universe came into existence.
Okay, how do you coin that? How did the universe, like, what's your belief on how the universe is?
I understand the universe to be everything, everywhere, every time, every way, every shape, every form, regardless of how you describe it, how you see it, where it is, what it is, or how it is. Everything that exists will ever exist. The totality of it all. That's what I see universe as. Universe, by root, its word, is all encompassing. The only exception to universe would be absolute nothingness, which in of itself will be something being as, and will also be part of universe. So anything that can be, that will be, that has ever been, anyone that can be, that will ever be, is the universe. The totality of it is the universe. So the universe, by definition, the way I have defined it, has no beginning, has no end, is going nowhere, coming from nowhere. It simply is present right here, right now.
So what attributes would you give to that? Would you say that's infinity, like the universe is infinite?
Energy.
Or would you say...
I'll say from my perspective,
go ahead.
From my perspective, the universe is an immeasurable expanse, unqualifiable amount of time, and unquantifiable forms exist within it.
Understandable,
so
but
the universe
I'm asking you.
Universe in of itself possesses omni properties. It cannot be measured. It cannot be qualified. It cannot be quantified in totality. It can only be observed in portions.
So just because you can't measure it doesn't mean it can't be measured. That's a different topic. But I'm trying to have you don't have to go on too much of like a total explanation. I'm just trying to get to the simple concept of are you an atheist that believes in science, or do you make up your own theories from just your own humanly observations? Where are you getting your information from?
I do not lie to myself. I do not lie to myself to fill in the gaps of my ignorance. I make a strong note of understanding when I ask questions, understanding things I would never know, things I stand a good chance of knowing, and within what percentage of accuracy I can know, and then things I can know for sure beyond shadow of doubt. And I considered all those data as I move about my day-to-day life. There are some things about this world that though I may ask the question, I will never know. There are some things that I could know. There's some things that I could know what they are not, even when I don't fully know what they are.
Well, the scientific
Thanks for the galaxy.
The scientific consensus, does point to the Big Bang, right? And you talk about this expanse, right? You said it has an expanse to it, correct?
The universe.
You just said that. I'm just trying to
expanse.
Okay, right. An immeasurable expanse. So you are agreeing that the universe has expanded, right? As the universe
that we see. That's not what I mean.
Okay, so what does expanse mean? Okay, so what is expanse?
Area.
But expanse is not confinement now, is it?
Again,
let's be logical and let's be direct onto the words that you're saying. You can't say something is expansive and then say, it's not expanded.
I did not use the word expanse. I did not use the word expanse in that context.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. Hold on, remember. There are 300 plus people watching. Let's speak so they can understand. You don't have to get
remember. Yes, I think that everybody else understood what I said, but you don't like the context in which I said it.
That's a cognitive bias.
So you need... No, you listen. No, you listen. If I said to you that I stood in front of the field and the grass occupied an expanse of 1 mile, okay, or like the expanse of the savannah was beautiful. You understand that I'm talking about the area that it occupies. So when I say expanse the universe, I'm saying that the area that it occupies is immeasurable. That's what I
Understood.
mean.
So
goes
it's
on
an
forever.
immeasurable expanse. So you're
Yes.
still accepting the fact that it's expanded.
No, I'm not talking about expanse in
You're
terms of
okay.
something that is in the process of
Look,
expanding. I'm
I
talking about,
understand. Okay.
no, hold up. If you're gonna be nuanced about the word, let me clarify. Expanse as in what is already there, but from my perspective stretches across what is already there. So it's not the expanse itself that's expanding, it's my perspective of it. So as I look at it, it's immeasurable. The expanse is immeasurable. So I use the word area. So if you don't like the word expanse, I'll just change it to area.
Okay. So you're saying the universe covers an area that is immeasurable. Now, if we're taking pictures from above, we can attest that the human eyes cannot see as far as maybe maybe a mile down the road, if even so far, right? So let's not reduce the universe to just what we can perceive, because it's much bigger. Like you said, it's immeasurable, correct?
That's why I said immeasurable.
Perfect. I'm glad we're getting somewhere. Now, consider this, it has been revealed 1400 years ago, right? Now, like I mentioned, the scientific consensus points to the Big Bang, which sums up pretty much what you're saying, because you were not informed of this. You gained the knowledge, right? You weren't informed of it of your own will, I should say. You gained the knowledge by somewhere, somehow. So you came into knowledge and understanding of your own, right? So now let's consider this, right? Now, this has been revealed 1400
If you are
plus
going to
years ago.
talk about the Quran saying that the universe is expanding, that's bullshit. And that has nothing to do with what I said. If that's what you're about to say, just disclaimer. Go ahead.
No. Because when we look at the surah, it says, God is the expander. So in the expanse that it has, that you're able to perceive, right? I'm just saying it's been revealed. Now it's okay. Let's continue. So if you don't wanna follow that, no problem. Okay. So modern. Listen, hold on. It's okay. It's okay. We know.
No. Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Real quick question. Have you wondered why I was able to predict what you were gonna say? That is why you were emphasizing that I should use the word expanse as something.
No,
that is
I wasn't
present
trying to stay on the word expanse.
Hold
We can get over that. We don't have to stay on that. We can move forward. That's okay. Look. That's
Brother,
okay.
relax.
Look, go ahead.
Relax. I was just pointing out and making a criticism. First of all, even if you're gonna claim that the Quran was revealed that the universe is expanding, scientifically, when science talks about the expansion of the universe, it's an intrinsic expansion, not an extrinsic expansion. All right. So it's talking about things within the universe moving apart from each other. It's not talking about the totality of the universe, both known and unknown, somehow expanding into some nothingness. That's not what it's talking about. And science is very precise. If you should go and study it in detail, you see that what I'm saying is true, right? It's like it's not even talking about the universe expanding like a balloon. No. It's probably talking about the molecules of air.
When did they find out? When did they find out about this? When did science find out about the universe expanding and according to the Big Bang Theory?
Before the Big Bang Theory, they found out that things within the universe were moving away from each other.
Okay, no, I'm not talking before the Big Bang Theory, right? Because according to science, the Big Bang Theory came into play, and talking about today, as how far you can track back, right? Think about how far you can track back to science. When did science make this claim about the universe's expansion? Because a lot of, let me say this, right? Because your favorite author, Stephen Hawking, right? Because he's an atheist.
Bro, the one thing you're not gonna do with me is assume that I'm like a typical internet atheist, okay? Let me just give you a disclaimer real quick. I am just an atheist by definition, simply because I say that there is no God. And I like to be honest about
I want to congratulate you on that. That's the first part of the Shahada, that there's no Allah.
Bro, I don't give a fuck what the first part of it is.
At the end of this, you will be, go ahead.
Bro, just relax. I am a realist. And my distinction that I make between me and other atheists is that I don't necessarily use the same argument points they make. I just use the realistic approach on it. Okay, bro? So this is my approach. Human beings invent gods. That's it. There might be different explanations for existence. It ain't got nothing to do with any claims that come out of any religious system. Anything that has to do with a God has nothing to do with our world. because I know that gods are entities that human beings invented. That I know. Now, if you can prove to me that the human beings did not invent gods, then show me a god that is not propagated and relevant
Let's
only
track.
because humans
Let's
talk
track.
about it.
It's okay. Let's
Okay.
stay on track, right? So let's stay on track. So now I'm saying to you, you're not a typical atheist, but like I said, your understanding of it expanding, the science, right, has proven that the universe has expanded. Now, but it's okay. Let's
Look,
move on.
I don't. I
Now,
don't.
hold on.
No,
Let me ask you another
no,
question. Hold on. I just let
no.
you speak for 3 minutes.
No, brother, you can't let me speak. Read my screen first of all. I'm letting you speak a lot. Direct answers only, no explanations needed. I'm supposed to be interrogating you. I'm just curious to see what angle you're gonna bring. That's why I'm letting you speak. I don't have a problem doing that. So
Okay,
let's
I
not get
appreciate
that all
that.
mixed up. All right. Let's not get that all mixed up. Again, I don't think the universe is expanding or can expand in the literal sense. I do understand what science says when science says the universe is expanding. You can't use that argument because it's an intrinsic expansion that requires that you study and understand the context in which science is saying that. And that's not what the Quran is saying. I've had this argument with Muslims before. Now, if you have an argument to make as far as how I describe the universe, I said to you, it is everyone, everywhere, every time, every shape, every form, no exception. In fact, the only exception to something which is not a universe is what doesn't exist. As long as something exists, as long as someone exists, as long as somewhere exists, it doesn't matter how long it's existed, it's the universe. The universe can exist in different shapes and forms at different points in time, sometimes simultaneously, sometimes in pattern, progressively, even sometimes regressively. It is the combination of everything that we know exists and what exists that we don't know. No exceptions, whether creator or created. As long as it exists, the word universe means all of that put together. So it can't be created, it can't be measured, it cannot be quantified, neither can it be qualified, especially not from our perspective and not from anyone else's perspective. There's nothing to compare it with. It is already a singularity. It is a union. That's what the word universe means, universal. It implies no exceptions. So if you understand that definition of the universe which I gave you, this transcends
Uni
science.
means
It's just
one, like one universe.
it's just
It's
yes,
one. Yeah.
it's just an English word. Yes, I am describing universe here just as an English word, not specific to any specific discipline, philosophy.
I want to
or
move
science.
on though. I want to move on because I understand.
Go
Like
ahead.
I said, a lot of your favorite, I would say, the atheists that you should look up to, like Hawkins and the rest of them, right?
I
They
don't
are
look
the.
up to any man.
I'm just
That's why
I'm
I
just kidding.
said
All right, hold on. I'm just gonna say. All right, let me not to the. All right, hold on a second. Let me continue because you're gonna go on talking again for 2 minutes. Let me get to the next point. So all right. So look. Hold
listen,
on. The next
listen.
the next
Okay,
one I want to
hold
ask you.
up, hold up,
Go ahead.
hold up. Quick, brother. I like that you did that, and you should move on. But stop assuming that I'm a typical atheist. The only
No,
reason
I'm
why
not
I made
assuming.
I am an atheist just like you are an atheist. All right. Now, if you understand what context in which you are an atheist, that's the exact same context in which I am an atheist.
No, I'm
Now,
not,
go
I'm not
ahead.
an atheist, but
Yes,
I
you
do
are.
believe. No, I believe in the creator of the universe. But let's not focus on what I believe right now. I am trying to.
Hey, hold
Hey,
up, hold up,
hold
hold
on,
up, hold
man,
up,
because
hold up.
I can't move on if you keep like trying to like.
No. Listen,
It should be
listen.
fluid. Go ahead.
But you are an atheist. The definition of atheist goes this way: someone who lacks belief in God or gods, plural. The only way you are purely not an atheist is if you believe in all gods. If you pick just one, there is a context in which you are an atheist. From the perspective of someone who believes in a God that you don't believe in, you are an atheist from that person's perspective, and their perspective is valid. You lack belief. If you lack belief in Jesus Christ as God, from a perspective of someone who believes
No,
in Jesus Christ as God, you are equally an unbeliever as I am.
no.
You are equally an atheist as I am.
I would
Because
disagree
your
again.
religion is not absolute. Your
Let
religion
me.
is subjective to you and those who believe. We can respect that. We can respect that.
No.
But it doesn't invalidate
That's your
other people's
own.
religion.
That's your own perception, and we can't say that. That's the thing. I don't want to drift the conversation too much. I understand what you're trying to describe here, but that is not entirely true. But let's move on. So you, the first thing I mentioned, right, was if there was a new invention, only the inventor could tell you about that invention, right? Like we've seen many inventions that come to the world, right? And only the inventor knows how to describe it to the people, right? You would say the characteristics belong to the inventor. You agreed on that. Now we talk about the universe, and you said that it has an expanse, it's an area, it's vast, it's immeasurable. Fine, we're going to move on, okay? Those are two things. That's fine. You said what you said, no problem. Now,
You
what's
misrepresented
the
my first
nature?
position. It's not only the inventor that can tell you what it is. Someone who is able to reverse engineer that thing can also tell you what it is.
I am
So two
saying no,
people
no,
can.
no, 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 no. Before, without doing that, I'm saying to you, if someone brought an object, right? The inventor brought an object to you that no one was able to reverse engineer. It's a new thing, right? Only that inventor could have told you about that. That's why we have patents, because intellectual property is in the simple sense, without reverse engineering, right? Without having the ability to
You
pull it
can
apart.
no
Hold
no.
on,
You
I'm
cannot
just
say that. You cannot say
no,
that.
yes, 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 I can say that because there are multiple things that you may not even yourself know how it works, but you still use them. Even if you're able to reverse engineer it, they were not your ideas at first to begin with. Even if in the world there are multiple different ideas spinning off at the same time, right? If there is an inventor that brings something that no one has seen before, right? And they are the only ones that could tell you about it, you have to attribute that to them. You have to. It's a
No.
no. It's a no-brainer. You want to deny that, but that's fine.
Hold up. Let me ask you a
Go ahead.
question. Who invented the wheel?
We're not. We don't have to go into who invented what. It's the simple concept, right? Just because there are things that we see with our observation, right? Like shapes in the world with, and then we use our abilities to create things from that. But I'm keeping the point very simple. If there is an unidentified, something that no one has able to be re-engineered or reverse engineer rather, and they bring it to you and they bring it to the world, they are now telling the world about how this thing operates. If someone wants to replicate that, it wasn't their original idea. They first saw it somewhere, correct?
You know what? Continue.
Okay, now we're on the third point. Now, let me say, what's the nature of the moon's light? Does the moon give its own light, or does it reflect light?
General consensus is that it reflects light, but depending on who you
Okay.
talk to, some people think it produces its own light.
Right, correct. Now, in the Quran, it says 1400 years ago, it says this: blessed is he who has placed in the sky great stars and placed therein a burning lamp and a luminous moon, right? 1400 years ago. And when did science prove that it was reflected?
Say that again.
When did science prove that the moon reflects light?
I don't know.
But it wasn't 1400 years ago when the Quran was revealed. But let's say he made a wild guess, right? Let's just say he made a wild guess, no problem. He made a wild guess on that, no problem. Let's keep moving.
No, he didn't make a wild guess.
Mhm.
Because the idea that the moon reflects the sun is something that has been practiced in multiple civilizations, or something that has been suggested in multiple civilizations in the past that were very profound astrologers.
So it's probability,
From
right?
the Egyptians to the Polynesians to the Native Americans to the Chinese.
Okay, no problem.
There's that knowledge is actually associated with how the pyramids are placed. Like if you look at the way the faces of the moon, they would have had to understand that to a certain extent to build those pyramids in that way. Or whoever built those pyramids. Let me not assume that it was humans, because some people think it was aliens. But the point is that knowledge is far older, or at least that idea, that theory is older than 1400 years.
So like I'm telling you, or like you just mentioned, some may say that it reflects its own light, and some may say it's producing its own light, right? So like I said, let's say it's even probability. They may have been right, they may have been wrong. It's okay, let's move forward, right? Now, what geological functions does the mountain serve, right? Well, I mean, I asked the question. I was asking, like, what geological function does mountain serve?
Many.
What's the main one?
You're asking just geologically, right?
Yeah.
A mountain pretty much can help as a natural barrier against erosion from the sea and from the ocean, from certain land masses. And we know that mountains are formed due to plate tectonics, right? When
Right,
the plates
tectonic
move,
activity, correct.
yes. For example, I live in the San Francisco Bay Area, right? The entire Bay Area today would not exist had it not been for the mountains that surround them. Historically, but the geologists have studied it. This entire area used to be underwater, but as the plates moved and the mountains formed, now you have this beautiful area right here that's been held together by the mountains. Also, the weather system on the West Bay is completely different from the weather system on the East Bay.
No, you said a main one, which was tectonic activity. Now, the other one I wanted to point out, which is okay because I know you're thinking of a few, but mountains, you would agree, have deep roots that stabilize the Earth's crust, right? And they stabilize the continents in place, correct?
I'm not particularly knowledgeable about that.
No problem. But the theory shows that it was developed in the 1960s, and I have proof of that. They didn't find out about tectonic plates until the 1960s, okay? And so the Quran mentions this 1400 years ago. Have we not made the earth a resting place and the mountain as pegs? Pegs go into the ground, okay? So that's what it's referring to there. 1400 years ago, before science, okay, brought this to our attention, all right? So that's another thing that I wanted to bring up, right? So when you look at probability, when you say, the chances of these particular informations being revealed 1400 years ago prior to science even telling you about them, because science is to find out the how, not the why, right? Science finds out about the how these things, and they try to put things into perspective of how these things come into play. But let's say we're looking at probabilities for this thing, right? So if we said about even the Big Bang, I know you have discrepancies against it about, in the Quran it says about the Big Bang and its expanse, but that's also been agreeable by science. The expanding universe, right? The moon's reflected light, the mountain as stabilizers, not only embryonic stages, which I didn't get into, but the Quran also talks about how we're formed, right? Which was revealed 1400 years ago, which science recently just proved that to be true, right? Also, iron. Do you know that iron is also extraterrestrial?
Isn't the Big Bang a theory?
Yeah, but what I'm showing you is that it's science's theory on the how, not the why. I have proof on the why that was revealed 1400 years ago before science even mentioned this, because
No, sir, you're
science
just
goes.
ignorant about other ancient civilizations. That's why
I'm
you're
not.
so
I'm not.
impressed
No,
by the
no,
Quran.
no, I'm not. You're absolutely
Yeah,
wrong.
you're very ignorant. Do you know
No.
the level of science that the builders of the pyramids had, or the builders of the mountain temples in Asia had? Do you
Let me
understand
just,
that?
you're going to Asia. When did they find this out?
They've always
Right?
known it. It's in their indigenous cultures. It's just that their cultures were not imperial, like the Arabs and Christianity. That's why you see that Europeanism is far
No.
more spread around the world, and most people are more knowledgeable or have access to that knowledge because the Arabs end up being imperial at some point. So did the Europeans with Christianity. But they hold up. The civilization of the Hindus is not inferior. In fact, it is far older, far more developed, and was far more advanced for a long time. That's why Alexander the Great conquered his way all the way until he got to India and got fucked. Right? Islam spread all the way, but you guys could not conquer India in that way. The Hindus remain really strong, right? The same thing is true about many of our African tribes, right? You go, for example, a lot of people like to quote the Dogon. The Dogon had mapped out entire constellations before Westerners or Arabs even knew, right?
Exactly.
The birthplace of learning was not in Arabia, it was in Egypt. That's why the Greek philosophers and all those intelligent people went down there to go and learn. Now, I will give the Arabs a lot of credit where they came up with Arabic numerals that everybody else has adopted, but that was pre-Islam. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things in this world that I think ignorance is bliss, okay? And I don't have a problem with you being impressed by your Quran, bro. But
No,
you
it's.
have to come. You will have to come with a
I
lot of
just
knowledge
showed
that's
you.
actually.
Look, remember when the first thing we talked about, right? That only the inventor can describe something unknown, right? The Quran contains
That's not
dozens
true.
of. Let
That's
me,
not true.
bro. The Quran contains dozens of
You're
precise
no.
scientific
You're
facts unknown
you
until centuries later. Now, who would tell
You're
Muhammad,
conflating.
peace be upon him, these things?
You're conflating two things.
Are you saying it's coincidence or it's some ancient knowledge?
No. Even Islam debunks that claim that you just made, that only the inventor can tell you how it was made. You want me to tell you why? Were the angels there when God was creating the world? Do you think, according to you as a Muslim, do you think the angels will have that knowledge? As a Muslim?
I think you're drifting from the point, though. You're not understanding.
No. I'm asking you.
No, they don't have all that knowledge. No, they don't. They don't.
Hold up.
Because you know why?
So no,
Because the
hold on.
angel, go ahead.
Please be
The
patient with
angels
me.
doesn't have
So,
the creator's power or knowledge. So as he's creating things, they're just watching in awe as he's making these things. They don't
That's not
have the
what I'm asking.
know-how or how
So,
these things are made. They don't know.
brother, you're saying to me that the angels would not have known that the mountains were stabilizers? That there's
Bro,
no
there
angel
are
in heaven
more
other than,
intricate things. Look, keep in mind, there are more intricate things that the creator has done that the angels do not know.
that's not what I'm
Look at
talking about.
look at how
I'm
many
talking about specifically,
complexities and systematically
brother,
complexities that we have in the universe.
brother.
No, they don't. They
No,
don't, bro.
I'm talking specifically about what you mentioned. Because
When you
according to
think,
Islam, bro, hold up, bro. According to Islam, or at least a specific version of Islam, I'm not going to assume because you guys got different versions too among yourself. Iblis.
no, we don't.
Remember
It's one.
Iblis? Iblis the jinn? According to Islam, right? You know about Iblis, the jinn,
Yeah, go ahead. Where are you getting to?
the pre-human world. So according to Islam, before humans were in this world, the jinns were here, right?
I'm trying to see where you're going with this. I'm not
And
trying to.
I want to follow along to see if you agree with
But
that
you
version. Because
haven't
if you don't,
you haven't followed along with what I was trying to show you though. The thing is, I'm making the
listen,
point. I
brother,
asked you a question.
listen,
I
brother.
said the Quran
We are
the
we are
Quran
getting
provides
there,
dozens of
but
scientific facts unknown until centuries later. Who told
again,
Muhammad, peace be upon him, these things? I'm
I
asking, is
have.
it just coincidence or some ancient knowledge?
That's why I'm trying to show you that it could be anything, but it's most likely not what you think it is. But I want to use your religion to prove that to you before I even go into my worldview. Now, if you and I can get to a conclusion within your worldview and you can see that possibility, then perhaps we don't need to go into my worldview, which will be harder for you to understand. So within Islam, before human beings were on this earth, before Adam and humans as we know them today existed, there was already a race of beings that lived on this earth called the jinns, right?
No, 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 no. They were not living on the earth. No, incorrect.
Where were they?
Remember that, well, you wouldn't be able to remember, but or even know, but the creation story, God created the heavens and the earth, the angels were there, and when the earth was created, God made Adam, okay? And he asked the angels and his creation, including the jinn, to prostrate to Adam to honor him. And they did, and
I'm
Iblis
asking
denied. He's a
before
sworn
Adam.
enemy, right?
I'm talking about pre-Adamic world. Where were the
before
jinns?
Adam, before the world was created, it was just God and his creation, okay? And
where were the jinns? I'm talking about the jinns. Where were the
they
jinns?
they were not on earth. They were not on earth.
Where were they?
Just in existence.
Where?
With God.
Where exactly? Were they in heaven or on earth?
Do you understand that God created the heavens and the earth after deciding to make the earth and place Adam as a successor of our humans?
No,
right?
That's not
yes.
what Islam claims. That's not
yes.
what Islam claims.
Look.
Again,
the heavens. God made the earth, then he made the heavens.
That's not according to Islam.
God made the earth, and then he made the heavens.
So maybe.
So when God made the earth, he made Adam as a successor to name all things on the earth. The jinns weren't here roaming around before people were roaming around the earth.
I don't know.
That is not how it works.
If you subscribe to Sunni Islam, Shiite Islam, or Sufi Islam.
I read the Quran. Look, it's very clear how things were done.
Hold up. I'm gonna tell you what I know about Islam, okay? And unfortunately, too bad right now I can't give you all those sources. But when I deconstructed from Christianity, I took my time to understand Islam and what
you can't say you took your time to understand Islam when you don't know much about it. You can't say you took your time when you're denying God's signs.
Let me explain. I took my time. You don't get to decide that for me. I'm sorry, buddy. You don't. I genuinely wanted to know if any religion in this world is true, and I discovered that they're all man-made. Every single one of them. None of them are worthy of divine praise. It is the ingenuity of human beings. If you find anything impressive in any religion, that's what humans are capable of doing. We can invent some pretty amazing things that would sound supernatural to dumb people, not to someone with critical thinking. According to Islam, the jinns lived in this world for millions of years before human beings. And among them, the greatest jinn was a person called Iblis. Iblis was so beloved by God that Iblis was given the right to ascend into the heavens all the way up to the highest heavens. he was able to interact with God at the same level as all the angels of God. He was given all the wisdom of the angels and all the wisdoms and the secrets of the world. He was treated with so much honor that pride arose in him, so much that one day God invited Iblis to come and see this new thing that he had created that was called Adam, right? He laid Adam down, laid the clay down, and Iblis thought that it was for him. And then, according to what I heard, at least, because I was listening to an imam teaching this, he said God brought Iblis and even gave Iblis the ability to possess the clay, to see how it felt, and told Iblis to come back out of it. Iblis was impressed, but Iblis thought that it was for him. But instead, God breathed into that body and gave that body its own spirit, and then commanded Iblis and all the jinns and all of existence to serve that piece of clay that he just breathed into. And that's when Iblis rebelled and said, but I have served you all these years. There is none that is worthy like me on earth and in any of the heavens and even beneath all the earths. So he leads a revolution where he attempts to ascend into the heavens and wage war. But they are defeated, obviously, and they are sent into a different realm, still on earth. Now, in the world of the jinns, they have advanced technology that you and I cannot even begin to imagine. Technology such as phasing through objects, moving gravitational fields. According to that, what I heard, they said they might even be the ones that built the pyramids. And all
See,
this,
now you're
all the
saying it's
ancient
what you
structure.
heard, and that's what I'm saying.
Brother,
You
because
haven't studied Islam. You haven't studied Islam. You haven't taken your time, right?
Let me finish.
You're
expressing
making
myself.
stuff up.
I am
You're making
giving you.
stuff up.
You have every right
But you're
to disagree
making
with
stuff
me,
up.
bro. Relax. You have every right to disagree with me. I am just telling you that there are Muslims out there that subscribe to what I just told you. Unfortunately, with these religions, right? Like, it's like Christianity, bro. If I start talking to the Catholics, I can end up talking about things that Catholics don't believe, but Protestants believe. So I understand those nuances. So I don't mind if you disagree with me, because you just be disagreeing with your fellow Muslim. Now,
No,
I
I'm
would
not.
like to hear your version of the story, okay? Now, according to your version of the story, where were the jinns before Adam? What world did they live in?
Not on Earth, okay?
Okay, according to what world did they live in? And can you give me the reference that I can find out where the jinns were?
Sure. So if you go to Quran 41, 9 through 12, okay, it says,
Quran
Quran 41, 9 through 12. Surah 41, 9 through 12. It says, do you indeed disbelieve it is he who created the earth in 2 days and attribute to him equals, that the Lord of the worlds, and he placed on it firmly set mountains over its surface. He blessed it and determined therein its sustenance in 4 days. Then he directed himself to heaven while it was smoke. Okay, and that's also another scientific thing that it is proven that before anything, that a lot of the atheists will say that, scientifically, that it was smoke before the Big Bang. Now, also, right, so he created the earth and then the heavens, and then he made Adam. Now, when he made Adam, he asked the angels and the jinn to prostrate to Adam. That you can find in Quran 7, 1 through 12. Okay, Quran 7, and we have certainly created you and given you form. Then we said to the angels, prostrate to Adam. So they prostrated except for Iblis. He was not one of those who prostrated. God said, what prevented you from prostrating when I commanded you? And then he says, I am better than him. You created me from smokeless fire and created him from clay. Okay, so we have to get the story straight of how the creation story happened. And that's why I'm explaining to you that God's creation is not all-knowing as God. Okay, God's creation will never be all-knowing. Just as how we are here and there's still things for us to learn, even those who disbelieve God's signs. Okay, and so it is very clear that
brother. The funny thing here is, you don't understand how much of an oxymoron that is. In order for you to know that another person is all-knowing, you have to be all-knowing to know that they are not lying. They say they're all-knowing. Hold up. No. Listen carefully to what I just said.
No.
Listen
That is
carefully.
a joke. Are you serious?
No,
You're joking, right?
listen so well
Joking,
to where
right?
you could. I'm not joking. I'm very serious with you. Listen very carefully. In order for
Oh,
you to
sorry, I
know,
cracked up laughing.
in order for you to know that I am all knowing,
Uh-huh.
okay, if I come to you and I claim to you that I'm all knowing, even if my knowledge is as vast as the Pacific Ocean, I can still be greatly knowing, but not all knowing. In order for you to know that I am truly all knowing, you would have to also be all knowing. If not, there's a possibility that I simply know a lot, but not all. I might know everything you know, and there are some other things that you don't know, and I also don't know. So you can't sit over here and say there's no all knowing like the Creator. You don't know that. You say you are not all knowing. You don't know that. The only way you can know that the Creator is all knowing is by being all knowing yourself. If not, there's a
No,
possibility
it is having humility. Do you have humility? It's like you go into a new job and you're gonna go into the
I
job and
don't
say,
have
man,
to lie to
even though
myself.
I have experience, in this field, you can't feel like you're all knowing about it. You have experience, and that's the thing. We come into this experience called life, and you want to take your mind to say you have
That's
to
just
be.
your human inferiority
No,
complex speaking. That is your
no.
inferiority complex
You're
speaking.
deluded.
No,
You're deluded.
that is your inferiority complex speaking, which is what your
No,
religion does to you in order for you to become a follower. Okay, that's why
no.
that's why the word is a follower, right? You're following a religion because you don't know how to pave your own path in this existence,
No,
right? So you have to
because you will have to
follow.
understand. You will understand. Yeah, I'm not saying. Okay, let me address the host. So what I'm showing you is that you have to understand that just because you're not all knowing or God's creation all knowing, you can't take away the all knowingness from the Creator, because the jinn and the
There is no
angels,
evidence at
bro,
all that there's any
the
creator
jinn
that's
and
all
the
knowing.
jinn and the angels came into being. They were not the uncreated being. Okay, so they
Bro,
came into being, and so they
that's not my
worshiped God.
argument. That's not my
Yes, but
argument.
you're saying that the jinn and the
That's
angels have to be
not
all
my
knowing to know that God
argument.
is all knowing. Like,
No,
how
that's not what I
illogical is
said.
that? You
That's
just
not what I
said,
said. That's not what I said. Let me repeat what I
okay,
said and
explain
listen
it.
carefully. Before anyone can know that another person is all knowing, the one who claims that the other person is all knowing also has to be all knowing. If not, it is very clear that simply what you are called all knowing is that that person knows everything you know, but there could still be things that both you and that person don't know. The only way to truly be sure, to truly confirm that someone is all knowing and not simply more knowing, is to be all knowing yourself. Hence, by default, no one can be all knowing. That's an impossibility. That is a fictitious idea. It is
That
impractical.
doesn't make sense,
It is that makes good sense.
bro.
Okay, tell me, how do you know that Allah is all knowing? Because He said so, right?
Bro, it is very clear
No.
that
Just
it's
tell
not.
me, how do you know that Allah is all knowing? Because He said so, right?
Let me ask you, do you remember being in the womb?
No, that's not my question. How do
But
you know that
no,
Allah is
I'm
all
asking
knowing?
you, do you remember being in the womb?
That's besides my point.
It is
Answer
not
my
besides
question.
your point. It is not
Answer my
besides any
question
point. I'm
first. Answer
asking
my
you,
question first.
okay, what's your
How
question?
do you know that Allah is all knowing?
Because He's our creator, and there are
Being
attributes
a
that are given
creator
to Him.
doesn't imply that you have to be all knowing.
He is the uncreated being of the universe and our very
There's no such thing as
existence.
uncreated being.
Yes, there is. What are you saying? You're in denial. That's because, bro, I just
No.
explained to you, and that's what I'm trying to show you, right? And that's why we jumped right over the point, because I said to you that the first thing I asked you was that if something was presented to you that the world hasn't seen, that without having the inventor or the manufacturer tell you about this thing, without being able to reverse engineer it, you can only attribute those given facts to the person who created it, who
Let me
invented
ask
it.
you a question. What if the person who claims to have created it really stole it but never created it themselves? How would you know?
Then there would be someone else as powerful. It's simple logic. If
No,
there's another being, right?
no. Slow down. What if the one who claims to have created the universe did not, but they told you that they did? How would you know?
If because if there was more than one all-powerful being, there would be conflict. Yes, there would.
Listen,
There would be conflict, but you have to
listen,
look at it through that lens. You have to be able to
listen.
use
No,
your
no, no, no,
intelligence
no, no,
that
no,
God
no.
given you.
No, no,
Perhaps you
no,
may be
no.
grateful. Okay,
Hold up. Let
you
me
have
point you
to
out.
be able.
Let me point out
Look,
something very powerful here. Hold up. I'm going to point out something very powerful here. Muslims apparently believe, Muslims and Christians all alike, right? Actually, Christians don't think this because they believe in 3 gods. you believe in one. Muslims apparently believe that their God is so smart, so awesome, so powerful, except he doesn't know how to get along with someone who is as powerful as him. Your
there's
God,
no one as powerful as God. Are you
no,
joking?
no. That's not the question.
It's not
You
about
think
getting along.
no. Listen, you don't think your God has the power to live in harmony, in friendship, and in mutual respect with another being that is equally as powerful?
Bro, if you had another, you misunderstand.
No.
I'll
I
address. Go ahead.
understand. I
No, you
understand
don't.
very
You
well.
really don't
Let's say
understand very well.
let's say we have 2 beings,
Mhm.
right? That are equally as powerful. Equally as powerful from their perspective. They're equally powerful. From our perspective, they are unbelievably powerful. You don't think those 2 beings could coexist?
No, dude. Let me explain to you why. Right? You see how God formed you. Is there anything that you like about yourself? Simple question. Is there anything that you like about yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if there were 2 all-powerful beings, the one who formed you would have to now congregate with the other one who says, "Nah, I actually want him to have, another look." How conflicting would that be? But they have to now discuss this. So an all-knowing, powerful being doesn't need a co-equal. That's what you misunderstand, dude.
No.
So it's not about living in harmony. Dude, stop. You don't even make sense. You don't even make sense, dude.
You should
Yo,
stop.
this is so funny. It's so crazy.
You're the one
No,
who doesn't
look,
make sense, okay?
Look, I just asked you a simple question.
No, brother.
God is the
If
one
you
who
ask me the
forms us.
question,
If there
let
is
me
another
answer the
being
question.
that even wanted to form the world, let's say the world is a sphere, right? I'm asking you a simple question. If the other powerful being didn't want the world to be a sphere, he wanted to be square or hexagonal or whatever the case is, they would have to agree or disagree together or say, you know what? No, because God is all-knowing, because the world is created with design and purpose, right? Because we don't have 2 sons. The other God could, you know what? Let's give him 2 sons.
Bro.
Like, that
Please
doesn't
keep
make
quiet.
any sense,
Keep quiet. Let me tell you how it's gonna go. You are that other all-powerful being. I'm also an all-powerful being. That you know what that means? If I see something that you made and it looks in a way that I don't like, I just turn around and make my own. Why the fuck do I need to argue with you about yours? The whole point of being all-powerful is I can make anything I want.
You just proved my point.
Hold up.
You just proved the point, dude.
Hold up. That's my point. So there will be no room for conflict and they can coexist. And you might be existing right now from the perspective or within the domain of one of those beings, but there's another domain that the other being has. Right? Now, let's say, for example, that I see your creation and I want to change that specific one. But you don't want me to change. Well, guess what? I'm so powerful that you can't defeat me, and you're so powerful that I can't defeat you. So guess what? We might actually find a less violent way of competing. That's what 2 powerful people do. Even humans do it too. Whenever there is
you're
mutual,
wrong.
Bro, stop talking.
There are wars.
Let me finish
if China
talking.
and the U.S. were so powerful, the world would be in harmony,
stop
right?
talking. I
They
don't
would
want to have to
agree
mute
on
you,
not
bro. Just
bombing
hold
people.
up. Let me finish
That's what I'm
talking.
saying. You have 2 powerful
Let me finish
nations and they
talking.
can't agree on peace.
Let me
So how can you
finish
make that make
talking,
sense?
bro.
Go ahead. I'm waiting.
Bro. Remember, I let you speak out of respect, okay? It's still my program. If I say let me finish talking, I have something I want to say. Just listen. That was my example. Okay? Whenever mutually assured destruction is a guarantee, the 2 people in conflict will always look for a less violent way to solve the problem. That's why China and the US have never used nuclear weapons on each other, despite their disagreement. All right? Why? Because using nuclear weapons is mutually assured destruction.
They still go to war, though, right? If they did nuclear, we all would be dead, dude. That's the thing you're not understanding. But they still fight and kill. They kill babies and women. Christians have been fighting, bro. I'm saying these are facts of history. You're saying that if they're too powerful,
I don't want to have to drop you for interrupting me, bro. I'll give you a chance to respond
first.
I need for you to understand what I'm saying, then give me a proper total response. All right? Whenever there is mutually assured destruction, either we equally destroy each other, we both lose, or we find a different way that doesn't involve mutually assured destruction. And that is something we can both tolerate. So 2 almighty beings can exist and have a war with each other where none of them ever wins and it's just for their entertainment. I can create an infinite amount of beings, you can create an infinite amount of beings, and we can just have them pit themselves against each other, and we can just watch and play chess. We got eternity anyways. What's the problem with that? Even if they're almighty and all powerful beings, they don't have to take the shape and form that your feelings and your emotions feel like it should be. It's like chess. If two powerful people are, if I can picture this in my mind, you're telling me that come on, man. Listen, the reason why you need there to only be one God is Arab supremacy. It's Islamic supremacy.
No.
So that you can
Brother.
impose your religion and then
No,
you get
it's
to
not about
control.
imposing.
Yes,
I
it
came from a
is.
Christian background. I was raised Christian, so it's not about that. I wasn't born Muslim, okay? So there are things that I came into understanding, knowing truth, okay? And that is what I'm trying to explain to you. Everything you just
Knowing
said,
myth. Knowing myth.
no, dude.
Myth.
I just proved to
Myth.
you, I just
Myth.
proved to you and
Myth.
everyone watching that if something that the world has not seen, if you were to come up with something unique and new that the world has not seen, no one has had the chance to deconstruct or reverse engineer, only the inventor, the manufacturer, producer, creator can tell you about this thing, and that is fact.
How will you
That
know
is
who the inventor
fact.
is? How will you know who the inventor
Dude,
is?
it doesn't matter who it is. I'm only showing you the point. The point
Hold
is,
up, hold up.
let me make the point again.
I
5
agree with the
seconds.
point. I agree
Okay,
with
I'm
the
glad
point.
you agree. I'm glad you agree.
Okay, but I have a problem with the point. If only the inventor can tell you what that thing is, how do you know? And then guess what? There are 10 different people telling you what that thing is. How do you know which one of them is the real inventor?
Ah, perfect, right? That's why I said it's the law of probability. So when we look at the countless, right? When we look at the countless miracles and proofs from the Quran, from the Big Bang, the expansion of the universe, the moon's reflected light, the mountain as stabilized, and all the things, I don't have to go on. There's many, right? It
None of those
proves
things are
that.
in the Quran.
Yes, it are. What?
Not only are
Have you
none of
read?
those things in the, hold up, let me finish talking. None of those things originate with the Quran. From geology to astrology to embryology, all that information and knowledge was already known across Asia, Africa, and North America. You are just ignorant of the history of those people because you are an Islamic supremacist.
No, you know,
think
and you
that
say
other
that.
cultures.
Let me address
Listen,
that.
embryology was more advanced in India. They have them all carved out on their temples that are
Let me
3,000
address
years
that.
old before Islam. That showed that the sperm and the fertilization of the egg. Okay, you go into the pyramid. Some of those pyramids have information about the stars and the heavens that shows the way stars move away from each other, because this is how they used to measure the distance between stars. You talk about expansion. You just take a stick, and at a specific time of the year or a specific cycle of the moon, you put it right there and you measure where that star is this year, and you put a marking where the next star is. When the cycles repeat themselves over years, you will literally see them. They used to do this in Africa too. You will mark the stick. You see that this specific star is moving away from this specific star at ever so small increments. So the idea that the heavens were expanding, that's not new.
Let me ask both of you guys something. Let me ask both of you guys something. This is important. What type of minds do we have? Do we have finite minds or infinite minds? Either one.
Infinite minds.
We have infinite minds?
Yes.
That's a good answer. That's a good
If
answer.
our minds were not infinite, what do you mean when you say infinite?
Well, it's just
what is the
coming from-
limitation? What is the limitation
it's
to
coming
human
from a
imagination?
creation thought of point of view, because I feel like if there was a creation, meaning where there was time, then like a finite mind cannot comprehend things infinite.
We exist finitely, but we think infinitely.
If life of man at any time began, then there would come a time where it would end, correct?
The life of man is the physicality of his body. It doesn't really necessarily talk about how his mind works. Yes.
Right.
So yes, unfortunately, the only handicap the mind has is that it's contained within the body. But
And
as
time
far
was
as
never-
the
I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
as far as the activity of the mind, it can process damn near anything it's exposed to. Listen, the only thing the human mind cannot conceive is what it's never been exposed to.
Then you got to agree that time never was when man was not.
Because time, as man understands time, is based on what man is rather than what the world actually is, which is, no, the way man experiences time. Man experiences time based on what he is rather than what time actually is. In fact, outside of how man experiences time, time is just now. There is no yesterday, there is no tomorrow, there's only right here, right now. In fact, the way man experiencing time, man only experiences time as now as well. So that's why we know we live in reality, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only real time is right here, right now, and every day is today. Yesterday doesn't exist, and tomorrow will never come. Any real day is today. So when you say yesterday, you mean that the today which is no more. When you say tomorrow, you're talking about the today which is not yet. And then when you say right now, you're talking about today which is. Every day is today. Every time is right now.
I used to think like that until I realized that
Yes.
everything is an appointed term, and that's what you have to realize, right? That there are a continuance of things, and no one can escape death. Nothing living can escape death. Okay, and so when we look at through the
Well,
lens,
you got to look at what is death, though. Like what do you consider death?
I mean, if we so there is a hereafter. Prior to my reversion, I didn't believe in a hereafter. I used to think heaven and hell was made up. You know, it's something that they used to,
Heaven
But
and hell is a state
I
of
know,
mind.
I
Go
know
ahead.
it's not. I know for a fact there is a hereafter. Okay, and once you realize these things, and we realize our purpose in life is not what we think, this life is only a test, because babies die, people our age die, and elderly die. And if the richest people on earth could pay enough money to be exempt from death, they would, but they can't. No man can. And woe to them who disbelieve and deny God's signs, because to him we will all return. Okay?
When you say
What
hereafter,
what
what do
is
you
death?
mean? No, hold on. When you say
Go ahead.
hereafter, what do you mean? Because I'm pretty sure hereafter is just a fancy way of saying what I said. That tomorrow is just the today that is not yet. So hereafter implies here right now, and then it also implies here before.
When I say about the hereafter, there is a heaven and hell. There's either eternal
Why
paradise
do
or
you use the
eternal
word hereafter?
condemnation.
Why do you use the word hereafter?
Because there is life after death. There is existence after death. After we cease to exist on this worldly plane, okay, however your minds want to conceive it, right? However you want to conceive it, whether you die in sleep or you die and come back right away, however you want to perceive it, no one knows what happens after they cease to exist
I do.
until they know. No, you don't. Have you
Yes, I do.
died?
I
Have you
haven't died.
died?
I haven't
Okay.
died.
But there's
So
no
hold
way.
up. I can tell you what happens after a person dies, and I can tell you that your sense of identity is your body. Without your body, you don't know that you are you. There's no you. Your mind cannot exist independent of your body. That is why your existence is temporal, and whatever hereafter you're talking about is goddamn food for worms, and that's it. Okay, it's like the light in the light bulb, right? If I ask you,
You see how you bring worldly examples to try to explain
no,
God's creation and
But
his
it's
purpose
no,
and things? You
no,
keep going back to
listen, look at this
minuscule
light.
worldly
Look at this light,
things. Bro, look at the
is
bro.
it in the
so
flesh
funny.
or the
And that's
bones
the
to
problem.
think or reason?
Hold
Is it
up,
in the flesh or bones to think or reason? Or is this just a meat suit?
hold up, brother. That is the weakest escape I ever hear from religious people. All right. I have a brain that allows me to process information and to identify things by comparison. All right. I can examine the human being together with my fellow humans and understand a thing. That is why your religions can only flourish by trying to eliminate and invalidate human potential. A human being is a fucking badass being, though he is temporal in nature. The human capacity in of itself is damn near godlike. And when you have 8 billion of us and you got a bunch of dictators around the world or people that want to impose their will, Sure enough, they have to convince us that we're not lions, but that we're a bunch of goats. Yes, I can compare the creation of your so-called God with anything I see around me. You want to know one thing that I know that your God can't do? For sure, that I can tell you for sure your God can't do, that makes it to where I don't need to bow down to your God. Your God can't be me. Your God will never be me.
Bro,
Your God,
you're so funny. God,
listen,
this
let
guy's
me
a
explain
joke.
something to you.
Oh my goodness.
Your
And
God
bro,
can't
you
even,
are nothing compared to the
brother,
creator, bro. Nothing, bro.
brother,
If a plane is in the sky and you look down, you are
brother,
invisible, dude.
listen,
You are
let me
nothing.
finish talking, bro.
What are you
Hold
saying?
up. Maybe you are nothing because that's what you
You're
had
not
to
the
believe.
most merciful. You're not the most
Brother,
compassionate. You're
brother,
not the creator
brother.
of the world.
I
You have not made the
don't have
sun.
to be, I don't have
Exactly.
to
So
be all that.
why would the creator want to be you when you can't even do any of those things?
That's my
Like,
point.
how nonsensical does that?
That's my point. Because being me is the highest achievement of my existence and is what makes my existence so profound that I will not lay it down for anyone or in front of anyone.
Until the
In
day
fact,
you are not, right?
hold up.
Until the
Let
day
me
you're
finish
not yourself.
talking. Let me finish talking. The reason why your religion has to convince you that you are nothing is because if your religion really told you who you were, you wouldn't feel the need or even see any reason to bow. So you have to be domesticated. That's what I call religion, the domestication of the human animal. Human beings are as much animals as all the other beasts of the fields that you see in this world, whether you like it or not. All right? The only way I convince a lion to stay in my house is to put the mentality of a house cat in his head. But if I let that lion know that there is a place where he is a king, where he rules with dominion, unchecked with power, that lion might get up and eat me for dinner. And that's what Islam has done to you. It first has to convince you that you ain't shit, you ain't worth nothing,
That is not true.
that you can't think for yourself, and that unless you follow this book written by someone who didn't even know how to use toilet tissue, right, or baby wipes,
You are
unless you believe this thing from this uneducated illiterate that we have honored, maybe he deserves the honor. I don't know. All I know is that he was uneducated, he was illiterate, and he used water to wash his ass. No problem. That's just human. But unless you believe that shit, you ain't nothing. Bro, as much respect as I will give to Muhammad because he is your belief and he's your prophet, I don't see any problem with that. But he doesn't have to be anything special to me because I see him as a human being and I see him just like another man out there that started a cult and the cult grew and formed an empire and the empire spread it. Same thing with the Romans, same thing with the Chinese. Everyone did it.
When it
They all
comes
have
to,
special attributes.
Let me show you how people are so ungrateful, right? When it comes to Gucci, and when it comes to Ferragamo, and when it comes to all these worldly things, we have no problem getting it from China. We got no problem getting it from Italy, right? But when it comes to the undeniable word of God, we choose to shun it away because of your own minuscule and mindly concept. Yeah, you're worldly, bro. You are worldly. You are a worldly man. You feel like your purpose in life is to attain these worldly things. But if you knew what God's promise is, you would repent and you would change your ways. If you only knew. If you only knew.
Listen, brother. I know what your God has promised, and I know that your God can't fulfill that promise. That's why you religious people are the way you are.
God never breaks his promise.
Listen to me. That's why you are your own biggest enemies. The biggest enemy of a Muslim is not an atheist, it's another Muslim. The biggest enemy of a Christian is not a Muslim or a Hindu. It's another Christian. In fact, within your religious system, you guys are your own biggest problems. That's why you can't agree. You fight and kill each other more than you fight and kill foreigners and those who don't believe. Anyways, your medicine and your solution and what you're offering doesn't work for you. Bro, let me give you an example. I think you will understand this better. Have you ever been to the Chinese buffet and you don't see Chinese people in the Chinese buffet? It dawned on me one day and I was like, holy shit, something ain't right with this food. If the people who are making the food and claiming the food don't eat their own food, why the fuck should I be eating their own food? Something ain't right with it. You know what I'm saying? If the doctor's medicine does not work for the doctor, why is it going to work for me? Shit. In fact, if it's making the doctor worse, making it to where they can't get along, because you talk to a Muslim like, those terrorists are not real Muslims. But shit, they read the same Quran as you, and it turns them into suicide bombers. So something ain't right with the Quran. It seems like the Quran has the ability to produce extremists.
No.
Rome, can you explain what
true.
you're explaining, Rome? And without using religion or God? Can you explain whatever?
Can I explain what I thought the
Yeah, kind of. Yeah,
huh?
kind of what you've been talking about. But can you do it without implementing religion or God in it?
You mean for the basis of my argument that there, like, how can I ignore God when He is our creator? That would make no sense. It would invalidate my entire argument because there's proof
Check this
that
out.
we have
I give him
creation.
credit for that. I give him credit for that. King Callisto, that's the smartest thing this man has said. And I actually give you more respect than many of the few bros that come up here. And they were like, I want to argue for the existence of God, but I'm not going to use my religion. I just want to go with logic and philosophy. No, you're full of shit. You're dumb. You don't know your God. It's better the person who comes with their God as their religion gives them and attempts to defend their God with their religion. You're a far more honest human being than those useless few bros that come up here and think they're smart when they're just stupid. We understand the context in which God is God, and we understand the religious system. You should at very least try to defend your religion, not just by what you say, but how you practice what you say. I will imagine that you try your best to be the best Muslim that you can be. Let me tell you something. You are more likely to convert people to Islam by your ability to practice Islam rather than what you talk about Islam. Now, I told you, I also have a Christian background, okay? Fundamentally, I know that all these religions promote practice what you preach. I also promote that. I don't really give a fuck what a human being is, but I would prefer if a snake behaves like a snake and not behave like a lizard. And I would prefer that a lizard behaves like a lizard and not behave like a snake, okay? I will never judge a snake for having venom. I might not like that venom. I might criticize that venom. But knowing that the snake has venom and the snake acknowledging that he has venom is worthy of respect because he's not a liar. The same thing is true with the fox. Same thing is true with the eagle. Practice what you preach. It is the product of your practice that will now validate the veracity of that practice. Unfortunately, though, I ain't met a Muslim that can put into practice what the Quran says, and you all fall short, just like any other human being in any other practice. So why should I think that what you're doing is any more special? Now, I'm not going to say don't be a Muslim. No, I think that maybe it's entertaining for you. Maybe that's what you need to go through your life. Good for you. Good for you. You know, same thing with a Christian. But a Christian doesn't need to force that shit on the Muslim or devalue the Muslim based on his Christian belief, and the Muslim doesn't need to do the same. Your God is almighty and all powerful in your head for you alone, not for me. So if you and I can find a middle ground where I am okay with you having your Allah in your head for yourself, and you are okay for me not having it, and then we can look at our human problems, why can't we get along? We can get along just fine. We only get along when you turn around and say, well, you are a pagan because you have many gods and you're African. I'm like, who the fuck gave you the right to criticize my God? Because you certainly would not like if I disrespect your God. But your Quran is literally full of blasphemy and disrespect against
No. And you pick
African
up the
gods
Bible there.
and
That's not the
tradition.
Quran. Yeah, no, so the Bible is corrupted. Let's not go there. So, and, I want to say that, it's not about a lot of the things you're saying because, paradise and salvation is guaranteed for those who repent and believe and do good. So as long as you repent and you do good in your life, like I said, babies die. You can't say a baby is condemned to hell
What if I
because,
do good without repenting?
yeah, I mean, if you don't believe in the one true God or creator, right, then, God will have a test for you, and that's between you and the creator. Now, if you're in complete denial, may he have mercy.
Why would God have to test me?
Because you willfully deny his signs. You are
Yeah, I
some of the
willfully
most
deny his
rebellious.
signs
Yeah, you are
because
the rebellious of his creation. You are the most
I'm
rebellious of
not
his creation. You're like the jinn. You're like
I'm not rebelling.
Iblis.
I'm
You're
not
like
rebelling.
Iblis. Were you
Hold
not
up.
created from a fluid?
Hold
Were
up.
you
Let me
not
explain something
created
to
from
you.
fluid?
Let me explain something to you.
You
Let me
forgot
tell you
when
something.
you don't even remember when your father
Hold up.
ejaculated into
Hold
your
up.
mother
Hold up. Let me give
because
you
you
a
can't.
disclaimer.
We
Let
all
me give
came
you a
into this
disclaimer.
world by a miracle, and that's what you're
Let
failing to understand.
let me give you a disclaimer that you religious people, you are jealous of us that don't believe because we don't have the problem that you
No,
have.
I
Okay?
congratulated you. Look, the first thing I
No, no,
said
no,
was
no,
I
no, no. Listen,
congratulate you
hold
because you
up. Let
took
me
your
tell
first
you.
part of the Shahada that there is
No,
no
bro,
Allah.
bro, bro,
But
bro.
I prove to you that there is
Bro,
Allah. Okay?
stop talking, brother. Just let me speak. I'm going to tell you a jealousy. I'm going to expose the jealousy that is in the heart of religious people that makes them want to see other people come into their religion. Is
I
that the
didn't want you.
jealousy that
Look, I came here
bro,
for.
bro,
Go ahead.
bro, let me finish speaking, please. It's the same jealousy that a dog has when he sees a wolf. It's the same jealousy that the house cat has when he sees the lion. It's the same jealousy that domesticated animals have when they see wild animals roaming in the wild. And also, the behavior of religious people is very consistent with that of domesticated animal, and the behavior of unbelievers is also very consistent with the behavior of undomestic wild animals. All right, I am a wolf and I can lead my own pack, so I don't need a shepherd to throw me a bone. In fact, every once in a while I get up on that farm and I snatch a sheep and I go and feed my pack. That's fine by me. You only know how to wag your tail and bark, right? Every once in a while you might stop my pack, but if there's 2 or 3 of us, you're fucked because you're just a sheepdog on the farm. Now, religious people are jealous because if God really exists, then everyone is gonna go. Everyone is gonna have a positive ending, anyways. Religious people
You
are
know why
jealous.
we? You know why we won't?
Hold up. Let me finish talking. Even if your Allah exists, I can still say fuck Allah. And if Allah
No,
existed,
do not
I will still
disrespect your creator like that. But of course, you want to be in the hellfire.
bro, hold up. I am communicating. This is language. Understand it. Even if Allah existed, I can say fuck Allah for the rest of my life and I will still end up in heaven. Even if Jesus Christ, the Christian version, was God, I can still say fuck Jesus. I can still take the Bible and wipe my ass with it. And if that God exists, I will still end up in heaven. You want to know why? Because I am willing to consider the possibility that maybe those supreme beings exist, but I don't think that they can be half as stupid as this book say they are. Why does a being that needs nothing, want nothing, take pleasure, that can just do this and change everybody's condition, have to judge me by the standard of all this human written bullshit? God has nothing to lose.
It is not. You misunderstand the creation story.
No. I am misunderstanding.
I see.
Hold up. I am. If you think I'm misunderstanding,
You haven't taken your time to read the Quran, so that was a bold-faced lie.
Brother, relax.
Mhm.
If I am misunderstanding something, it will be what I call Arak mythology. Okay? Because let me ask you a question, just an honest question. Okay? Is it possible that God could exist even if it's not the God that you worship?
No, bro. Because I just proved to you, bro. I just proved to you that there are 2 all-powerful beings. If there were 2 all-powerful beings, you just agreed that they would have conflict, right?
Bro,
so let me just. All right, look, I have to go eat dinner, but let me just say this. Look, so look.
That wasn't my question. That wasn't my
Let me
question. I
just
don't think
look. Let me just say this,
bro.
right? So
hold up, bro. Hold up,
okay, well,
please.
all right.
I'm gonna repeat the question again. Follow with me. In fact, this is a question where I require a direct answer. I don't need explanation. We didn't really do this much. I would have liked to see what kind of person you are if you could answer my question without giving me useless explanations, just direct answers. Maybe another day we can do this, okay? But answer this one. Think about it very carefully. All right. I don't want explanation. I don't want any buffer to the answer. Just give me your most direct, your most sure answer. It's the same question I asked you a few seconds ago. Is it possible, upon your analysis of the world to the best of your ability, that there could only be one God? There could only be one supreme being, but it's not the one you're worshiping?
Say it one more time so I can make sure I understand.
Is it possible that there could only be one God, only one supreme being, and one truly exists, but it's not the one that you are worshiping?
It cannot be anyone but Allah, like I just proved. And let me just speak before you go on a rant, right? Let me just close out here,
Remember,
because
no
like I
explanation.
mentioned to you,
No, brother, please wait.
Because go ahead.
There is a reason why I said no explanation, because I will give you a follow-up question. Bro, if you are confident in your answer, trust that your answer has power in it. Sometimes we feel the need to explain because we feel like our answer wasn't good enough. Okay, I do it too. So it's
not that. I just wanted to kind of, but go ahead. I'll allow you to.
You say you got to go. I'm going to make it quick. Is it possible that a supreme God can exist even if it's not the one the one you believe. You said to me, no. Now check this out, bro. I know that you are a Muslim, and you just said that to me, bro. I have asked a Christian before, is it possible that a supreme God could exist, even if it's not the one you believe in? And they also said no, and they're still sure of themselves. I have asked a Hindu before, and they said no. You are all making claims.
Claims.
But you
Let me
can't.
address that.
Hold up. You can't all be right. And you want to know the amazing thing,
Exactly, and that is why I say to you, right?
brother? Hold
That
up
is
now.
why.
Hold up,
Let
please.
him finish, bro. Let him finish. Let him finish.
None of you can invalidate each other.
Bro, yes, we can. What are you saying? Islam
Islam,
invalidates, bro.
Islam.
Islam invalidates every other walk of
No,
faith if they do not
no,
believe in the one God. Look,
no.
the Jews broke their covenant. Christians started to believe in the Trinity, right? They forgot a part of the covenant that they were commanded to uphold. And this is why I'm saying the final point is there are only two possibilities, right? I'm gonna give it to
If you let me,
5
if you
seconds.
let me finish, I will give you a chance to give me your final remarks, bro.
No, 5 seconds, 5 seconds, 5 seconds, right? So that's what I was saying to you. There are only two possibilities based on what we
Two.
agreed on in our conversation,
3,
right? An
4,
uneducated 7th century man
5.
correctly described in the 20th
That was
century.
5 seconds,
Bro,
bro.
it's a figure of speech, dude. Are you being serious?
No, bro, that's why I said if you had let me finish, I can give you
Yeah.
maybe 30 seconds or 40 seconds to give me your closing remarks.
He's gonna let you
All
finish,
right.
bro. Let him finish,
Oh
please.
my goodness. All
Please.
right,
He's
go
gonna
ahead,
let you finish, bro. Let him finish.
go.
None of your religions can invalidate the other. Islam has gotten its ass whooped by Christianity for damn near the last 800 years. You guys are just now making a comeback
Don't
using
interrupt.
immigration, right? Islam stretched into Asia never was able to invalidate Hinduism. Islam is in Africa, has not been able to extinguish African tradition. Christianity spread all the less. Without the imperial power of militaries, your religions would just be some backwater religion in some back tribe. You guys were willing to be violent in order to spread that religion. That's just history. I'm not making this shit up. Now, I think that all these religions can coexist, but you all have superiority complexes. I expected you to say no when I asked you the question that, hey, is it possible that a God could exist even if it's not yours? If you were truly an honest person, you would say yes. Because you want to know what, bro? When I was deconstructing from my religion, I did not naturally just go from Christianity and be like, oh, look, no, there's no God. And this question was the question that opened the doors of my mind to the world. Human beings lie. Human beings have greed. Human beings use good intentions to use good words and write down things with a good image to hide their malevolent intentions. And at the root of every religion today, major religion, is imperialism. Okay? In fact, a good tree, the Bible says this, a good tree cannot produce bad fruit, and a bad tree cannot produce good fruit.
Right.
Islam is exactly what Muslims are. Muslims are the fruit of the religion of Islam. Christians are the fruit of the religion of Christianity. And none of you has produced a human being that is worthy of praise at any point in time.
No human being is worthy of praise.
Hold up. That means that none of those religions are worthy of worship.
No, because we don't worship humans. We worship our creator.
Listen. None of those creators are worthy of worship because they can produce a human being that is worthy of praise. That's why Christianity attempts to fix that problem.
Jesus did not sin. He was one of the righteous. Jesus did not sin. He was righteous, right? He was a prophet, peace be upon him. The prophet Muhammad, by the time he was 40 years old, was known as a trustworthy man. If you took your time, you would have known these facts, right? He lost his mother and his father. He was known as a trustworthy man by the age of 40, not being able to read nor write. People trusted him with gold. In this day and age, who do you know you could walk up to randomly and trust them with your gold, your silver, your house, your cattle, your bank account, right? Like you said, people lie because that's what you have known to believe. But in this time, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was a trustworthy man, and that is fact. Okay, so even though you're saying humans lie, yes, listen, but there are people.
He was so trustworthy, you would entrust him with your 6-year-old daughter, right?
That's another topic of conversation, right? I don't have time to go into that.
Don't gaslight us. Don't gaslight us.
Look,
I'm just saying,
see,
that's how
see what I'm
trustworthy he
saying?
was.
You're getting into another conversation. We could have that conversation another day. But
Sure.
I wanna end out on this point. Like I mentioned to you, humans lying, this and that, yes. But the Prophet Muhammad never told a lie. Okay.
How do you know that? How do you know
the revelation of the Quran that he was given to from the angel Gabriel by God proves this very point. And I will close out by saying this. Remember at the beginning of what I've said, only an inventor of something unknown could tell you, right, these facts. And either the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, an uneducated 7th century man. Remember, hold on, just give me a
How
couple
do
seconds.
you know that something unknown has an inventor?
Hold on. Like I said,
how do you know that something unknown has an inventor?
Bro, we just went over this and you agreed. Look, we're not backtracking.
And then stop using the argument because I already defeated it.
Let's focus. No, you didn't defeat that. You agreed actually.
Yes, I did.
Let me just point this out. An uneducated 7th century man, right, correctly prescribed 20th century scientific discoveries, and it's not by random chance. Either he received revelation from the creator, or if you want to say the universe is given probabilities, I mean, which actually requires more blind faith. Because there's no way you can say an uneducated 7th century man that was able to write the Quran, reveal the Quran to us from the angel Gabriel, could prove these things from the 20th century. It just doesn't add up. So that's all I got to say. I mean, it's very, very clear and evident. Given the probabilities, it actually requires more blind faith to be atheist than it does to believe. So I don't think that anyone who is speaking on the Quran without taking the time to read it knows what they're talking about. Assalamu alaikum, chat. I'm going to catch you another time.
Well, listen, Salam. I just want to go back to the thing of life. Like, what is life? What is death? Like, if you believe in...
that's a conversation that you come and have with me on a different day. You notice that in today's format, I really want to... listen.
Hey. Go ahead.
He tried his best, okay?
He did.
I just want to go peace. Motherfucker, you think I'm going to sit down here and let my bladder explode? Huh? I had to go do something that God can't do. God can't piss. I had to piss. I whipped it out and I dropped it all out.
Yeah.
Your God can't do that. Does your God know the pleasure of taking a shit? You guys think that what I'm saying is silly. It's not. Those are all little, very insignificant human things that your God can't do. All right? Anyways.
Wait. They believe Jesus was God and he walked the earth and he ate. So if he ate, then he had to take a dump, right?
No, maybe Jesus never used to shit. I used to ask that question, but you know.
So he get the head, and then he build everything around the head, and then he's selling it compared to how, because the white boy was doing this a long time ago.
Yeah.
But they didn't give up the technology. The machine that I think they were selling.
Hello, my brother.
Like 80,000.
Yeah, they only do is that.
That's what the white guy. That's what the white guy. That's what he does.
Hey.
But the China man, what he'll do?
The China man, he won't.
You guys are on live.
Black people always talking about white people when white people ain't there. Why y'all got to be like that? Why you talking about the white guy? The white guy ain't even there. Man, you know how black people be. All of y'all black folks. There is no God. There never has been. There never would be. All gods are fictitious characters invented by human beings. All gods. The mystery is not who God is. We know who God is. God is an imaginary character invented by man. The real mystery is what is man. And we can only know by studying man physically. In the beginning, man made God in his image. Then carved him on the walls of the caves. Then wrote him into books. Then painted him onto canvas. And now they are making movies about him. Tomorrow, they're going to program an AI to be like him. And you domesticated human beings are just going to follow so blindly, like guinea pigs. Bakanga is here to save you. I am your savior. I'm here to save you from ignorama, from yourself. I am here to break down the fence and let you off the barn. You have been convinced that the slaughterhouse is heaven and that the dinner table, that the slaughterhouse is heaven and that the wilderness is hellfire. In fact, the wilderness is freedom. You think you're going to feast with your God, but your God didn't tell you that you're going to be there as dinner. I am the wolf that snuck onto the farm to tell the dogs that they are my descendants, that they too can be free. They can be free from a life of wagging their tail while hoping and wishing they might get a bone, and sometimes they don't because they have to sleep in the rain. Free yourself. The reason why many of you are not enthusiastic to free yourself from religion is because you're not actually conscious of the effect it's having on every aspect of your life. What you believe about the world affects the way you move in the world. It affects your ability to survive in the world. It affects your ability to navigate suffering and pain. There is no supreme being responsible for making life easy for you or rewarding you for anything you do. Your reward is your own gratification for intentionally doing things you do. And your punishment is the pain and suffering you undergo for making the choices you make. You are the only one that's responsible for the life you live. Nobody else is. You are the only one responsible for the choices you make. From the best choices you make to the worst choices you make. Nobody can die for you. Only you will die for you the day you die. Take up these principles and face the world. Stand tall. You would win some battles and you would lose others. At the end, you would lose the war. Life is a journey that you know how it ends. It's a movie, you know how it ends. There is a lot you don't know during the movie, but you know for sure how it ends. You just took off in that aircraft. You know that it will not have a safe landing. So what will you do while you're on it? You can sit down and revel and cry, or you can enjoy your time on it. And you sure as hell ain't got no parachute. There are some people on that plane that are trying to convince you that the plane won't crash. And they've even told you that crashing is what's going to happen to you before you get transformed. So you buy into their delusion and you give them all your food. Hoping that when the plane crashes, then that's when... Can you imagine a business where you only get to make profit when the business goes bankrupt? Imagine a business, an investment that you only get to make profit when it goes bankrupt. A heaven you only get to go to when you die. A reward you only get to receive when you die. How isn't that a scam? How isn't that a scam, y'all? And y'all mad at Drewski. Anyways, Shireen Entertainment, what you got?
I totally agree with everything you've been saying. You know, and I've been listening to the whole conversation. And the other guy, I don't know if he said he was Muslim, then he was Christian, then he turned to Muslim. But all his monologue couldn't make any sense. And that's the problem with them. You know, they become even smarter than the Quran. They become smarter than the God. I don't understand them.
That's crazy. I like that you said that. He is telling me that his God is all-knowing as if he was his God himself. That's why I told him that. The only way you can tell me that your God is all-knowing is if you are all-knowing yourself.
Fact.
You have to know everything your God knows before you can know that your God knows everything.
Right. I don't think he caught on to that part. Like,
no, he
how
didn't.
do you know that anything's all-knowing unless you're all-knowing?
Yeah.
Right.
Because unless...
Right.
Just because somebody knows more than you doesn't make them all-knowing.
No. That's it.
And your God can know more than you, and there will still be things that your God doesn't know. Just like your God doesn't know how to be me. I gave him an example. He didn't pick up on it.
Exactly.
Wait,
if your God was me.
The last part you asked him about
how do you know like you're worshiping
the correct one?
Your God is the most high if it's not another one that's more higher, you know?
Right.
Because all the books tells them that there is other God, that they shouldn't worship them, but the only true. So I don't know, they're too corrupt. They're scared. It's a group phenomenon, you know? They want to belong.
Listen,
it's like the gang.
Let me tell you together. That's what we call sheep mentality.
Exactly.
A sheep only has one metric of navigation. Follow the sheep in front.
I heard they're not religious.
The sheep does not use its sense of smell to find where it wants to go.
No.
The sheep is not like the wolf or the antelope. The sheep is not the buffalo. The cow is not the buffalo. Buffaloes will run away from the lion until they realize they have to fight. And they fight with strategy.
Oh, yeah.
They get together, all 16 of them, all 20 of them. They put their hands down. It suddenly just clicks. It suddenly just clicks in the head of the buffalo that they are bigger and they outnumber the lion.
And they can't run forever.
We just realized that we don't need the gods that the system has given us. We are realizing it, right? You know how some people say, well, if God does not exist, why does the Bible condemn man that much? Which man does the Bible condemn? It's only the poor man. The rich man don't give a fuck. The rich man doesn't have the problems that the Bible is supposed to solve. So the Bible wasn't written for the rich man. It was written for the poor man. The poor man is the one who needs to be thanking God all the time to make sure that God will give him what he wants next time. The rich man doesn't need to thank God because he didn't have to pray in the first place. He can buy a doctor to heal his sickness. He can even buy the damn prophet if he had to.
As they do every end of the year, you know, they pay, you know, they'll go and be charitable and so on and so forth, and everybody think they're charitable. No, it's tax rebate, you know, but they don't get it.
Oh, let me tell you something. Many churches, especially big churches, are just money laundry machines. Okay, y'all?
That's the truth.
So most people don't know how the financial world works. There is really something called the underworld, the underground, the black market. Okay? There is an entire structure within our system of economics where the rules don't matter. It doesn't operate by the same rules where you call the police comes. No. The true powers of our world is a shadow government, a shadow economy. Those shadow economy, they manipulate the system to put their agents in different positions of legitimate business. Look, for example, what Trump just did in Venezuela. Let me use Venezuela as a good example. Do you know that what the United States did in Venezuela is both right and wrong? That guy in Venezuela is a drug lord, a cartel leader, who fought his way into a legitimate political office but never stopped doing his criminal activities.
The whole world is nothing but mafia.
He has an official, legitimate position, which is president of Venezuela. He can represent Venezuela at international events where he is recognized by other countries, but he is also a secret, not even secret, very openly, drug lord. So what did the United States do? They attacked his negative identity. They said, look, we don't care what else this guy is. This guy is a drug lord. We're going to take him out. We have other things we want, but we're going to take him out. So what do? They use their awesome military and kidnap him. And is there anyone in this world that can stop him? No. Is there anyone that can take them to court? No. They did the same to Saddam Hussein. The question here is, are they so different? That's something that we all have to keep asking, right? Are they so different? Vladimir Putin, Vladimir Putin in Russia is worth more than 600 million.
Bro, just like the wealthy people created wars and poor people fight them, it's just
Exactly.
like wealthy people spread religion and poor people follow them. It's the same.
It's a sport. It's a sport.
Yeah.
Listen, y'all. When all is said and done, this information is not going to suddenly radically transform your life. But it is the little spark you need so that you can choose to transform your life. And there is this comfort and complacency that we usually find once we get into routine. Some people suffer and they don't want to suffer, but they don't really hate their suffering because their suffering is consistent and is routine. They know exactly what they need to do to stop suffering, but in order to do that thing, they will need to suffer a little bit more before one day they will stop suffering, and they're not willing to put in that work. Religious people generally love being lied to. Let me tell you something that happens to me every once in a while. Every once in a while, I'll be driving and I will see the clouds, and all of a sudden, I will just feel this nostalgia over my body, where I will look at the moon or even the stars or even the sun, and I will just imagine an army of white men with wings standing with all types of weapons of war on a horse, because that's how I used to imagine Jesus coming back when I was a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I remember that.
The thought is still in my mind, to where I catch myself, that memory just coming back. Then I'll just laugh to myself. I'll be like, man, I cannot believe I used to think that shit. But then you know what will happen to my body? My body will start feeling those emotions I used to feel back then. And I'll be like, damn, fantasy is really, 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 it's such an amazing high. It's such an amazing high to just ignore reality and just use your mind to paint a picture, a delusion over reality, and just revel in it. I used to imagine Jesus coming back, and I used to imagine this trumpet, right? The trumpet would sound boom, boom, boom. Then I used to imagine how, like, the caskets will open and the bones will come out. And there was just all these imaginations. And when I drive through cemeteries, I still entertain myself with it. It's literally the same feeling I get when I watch the Avengers. When I watch Wakanda, for example, when I watch the movie of Wakanda, I see myself in that movie.
All right. That makes sense.
Yeah, because it's African culture. It's African culture. I can relate to it. You know,
Exactly.
There's always this imagination of myself when I imagine our ancestors in the past, or our traditions, all the serious affairs, what a strong, powerful African leader would be, and the conflicts they face. Watching a movie like Wakanda Forever, you feel nostalgic. You feel a sense of familiarity.
Exactly.
You know? But it's fantasy. Now, it is that same feeling that is keeping most people in religion, because if they come to the real world becomes a nightmare. All of a sudden, you look up in those clouds and you don't see any soldiers or any white men with wings standing there with all types of weapons. Bro, I used to imagine when Jesus rose up to heaven, I used to imagine that the sky just opened up and then he just went up into heaven. At some point, I started thinking to myself, what if it was just a spaceship? What if it was just a spaceship that beamed
just
him
like
up
Elijah? Just like Elijah.
No, just like the movies E.T. What if it was just a spaceship that beamed him up in a beam of light? Yeah, like an gravitational beam.
Wow.
Right? That's if the story was true. Mm-hmm. So while I was still a Christian, I started imagining it that way. Especially after reading the book of Ezekiel, talking about this being that had wheels, legs like wheels, and all whatnot. You know, when we say that Elijah, there is a very strange verse in the book of Daniel that, let me tell you something. that verse kind of like twisted my head a little bit. And even till now that I know that the Bible is entirely fiction, I would like to get at the root of how these people could imagine it. And it's not just Christianity that I have stuff like that with, but literally the angel that appears to Daniel next to the river Tigris. When I read all those details, I won't do it today, maybe another day. I literally read a robot. The way his eyes beam like fire, his face is shining and smooth. His feet is like metallic bronze. His entire body, he's wearing a belt like topaz. And his voice is the voice of many waters. And I'm just like, bro, that kind of sounds like a goddamn robot to me, bro. Like,
It's all commercialized, bro. I mean, it's like natural people, natural environment. Artificial people needs commercialized environments or they will go extinct.
my guess is that that verse has been edited over the years, and in all modern versions, it's been intentionally put in there like that. I think that they're gonna keep changing the Bible and editing the versions, and sooner or later, you're gonna have words like AI, artificial intelligence. They're gonna make it relevant.
Next they'll say that artificial intelligence have killed Jesus.
No, I think that they're gonna keep editing it from generation to generation. And like, for example, right, by the time I'm 32 years old, by the time I am 90 years old, I don't think that the versions of the Bible we're gonna be reading then is gonna be the same thing I'm reading now. And I don't think that the ideas that are gonna be in it will be the same ideas that are in there now. When I was growing up, the word homosexuality used to be in the Bible. In just about any version you could find the word directly. It told you that you can't be that. Now, I dare you to go find a Bible with the word homosexuality in it, the actual word. You won't. You won't. So they've accepted that idea. So they removed that idea from their stigma. Even the Catholic Church has accepted that. You know? And so we are seeing that religion is like a hydra. If you cut off one head, 3 heads will grow up. It cannot go away. We can just change how we see it. So the approach, some people think the approach is to eliminate religion. No, it won't go away. In fact, if you try to eliminate them, they will multiply even more. You have to redefine it as entertainment. It is literally entertainment. That's what it is. Don't take it too seriously. Don't allow anyone convince you that you are nothing.
That you're not worthy. You are born in sin.
You are
Makes
what
no
you
sense.
can do. You are something, and that something is what you can do with the life you have. That's what you are. If what you can do is be a carpenter, that's what you are. And you are worth it to your fellow human beings. That is something. So you're not nothing. You are something. If you're a pilot, an engineer, a doctor, a nurse, a caregiver, a store owner, that is your role. That's what you are. You're not nothing. Study hard in your discipline and improve yourself in your discipline and take pride. Don't humble yourself to satisfy another person's feelings and insecurity. The only humble people are dead people. All you need to do is be honest, not humble. Humility is the word that poor people used to use to envy rich people and powerful people. Humble yourself. Humble yourself. Don't humble yourself. Be honest with yourself. It's not about humility. It's about honesty. If you are a carpenter and you have mastered the art of carpentry, declare yourself to be a master of carpentry. You don't need to be humble about it. Only need to be honest. So don't lie. Don't say that you are something you are not. But don't fail to say that you are what you are. And when you say it, prove it through your actions.
Exactly.
That's where you find the balance. The idea of humility has been used to shut people up who stood up against tyranny. People who stood up to speak the truth. People who were confident in themselves because they put in the work and work for their discipline. Take pride in what you are. Take pride in who you are. If anyone wants to make you bow, let them do it by force. Don't bow your head to anyone who won't bow to you. Go and learn from the Easterners. That's why in the East, when two people want to fight, you see them do this. They both bow to each other. in acknowledgement of each other. But you will never see one person bow like this to another one in a fight. If you're going to fight, you fight as equals. Your pastor is just a pimp, and you are the one who's being pimped. You do all the work, he makes all the money. Literally to get up and tell you the same shit every Sunday, 365 days a year, and then when January comes, you start all over. So many of you end up spending what? You end up spending 20 years in the church, and you have never read the whole Bible. You haven't even read half of it. So if you're a Christian, my first homework for you is read the Bible. Start today. From Genesis chapter 1.
From Genesis.
And don't stop until you get to Revelation chapter 22. When you read it once, take a break, then go back and read it again. Read it until you figure out that it's bullshit. If you haven't yet figured out it's bullshit, keep reading.
Pause and meditate.
Ask questions.
Yep.
You are not reading to believe, you are reading to understand. Stop reading the Bible to believe it. Read it to understand it. Do not read the Bible to believe it. Never read any book to believe. No book in this world, whether it is in school or you are never reading with the purpose of believing. You are reading with the purpose of understanding. Once you understand, take what you have understood, try to put it to practice. Once you put it to practice, if it works the way the book says it's supposed to work, then you don't need to believe it because now you know it. But if you fuck around and read a book and believe it and it's full of shit, now you're full of shit. That's the trap that that's why the Bible is always introduced to us. Christianity and religion is introduced to us when we are vulnerable, when we're not sober-minded, when we're going through shit in life, when we cannot think critically. It's very difficult to convert a person that's living a pretty comfortable life and doesn't really have too much problem going on. So your religion always has to catch your ass when shit is hard. Anyways, brothers, go ahead. Give me your concluding statements. Shireen, you can go first.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
Me personally, what I've seen being coming to pass these days is for predominantly black people to create all those religion. You see what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, all those religion, all they have seek to do to us have been to enslave, and put the black community till today, even the black people that are opening churches, like the charismatic churches, even them themselves are robbing the black community. We need to keep ourselves away from those religions, slowly but surely. This is what I'm seeing the future being.
I'm going to start hosting a live. I'm going to host a live at some point. This will be on my main page, not on this page. This is one of my backup pages. Well, my main page. If you're not following my main page, that's the box in the description, right? What has the church done for black people?
Facts.
That's the question. Shireen, thank you for your time, bro. I appreciate you. You left me with a good question. Let me write it down, in fact. What has the church done for black people? I want black Christians to come and tell me. In fact, I won't even be arguing. I'll just be listening.
I'm gonna say that the powers that handed out religion, they don't seem to need it as bad as the people they gave it to.
Big facts.
Hey, look, guys, you don't even have to say much. Those who invented our religions.
When you say that, I just imagine Vatican.
Don't seem
big
to
time,
need it as much as we do. That's crazy shit.
The people they gave it to. Yeah. Think about it, man. They don't. Yeah.
Listen, bro. Listen, bro. This is exactly what I was saying when I mentioned the Chinese buffet. If you live in America, you know what I'm talking about, y'all.
Not even in Europe.
When was the last time you went to a
They don't
Chinese
eat it.
buffet? Listen, you can go to a Chinese buffet in Chinatown and you wouldn't see Chinese people there.
Yeah, they don't eat it, bro.
They don't
They
eat.
don't eat
They
it.
don't eat their own food. That's a
Right.
real
They come out with
problem.
their own lunches. Yeah.
What is the reason why they don't eat their own food?
Good
I'm not trying to
question,
spoil any. I'm not trying to spoil anybody's business. I'm just asking questions. Okay, if they cook at home, why do you find them at different restaurants?
Yep.
You can find a Chinese person in any other type of Chinese restaurant except the buffet.
Oh my God. Yeah.
You can find Chinese people in other. It will be the same type of food, but in a restaurant where you just buy and they give you your food and you go. It's not a buffet. But when you go to the buffet, you don't find them there. It's like they're exploiting our greed. This is real. Listen, I stopped going to buffets. I won't lie to y'all. I heard that they use certain things to preserve the food, and some of that food can be 2, 3, 4 days old. I don't know. I don't have any proof. That's just speculation. But do your research. Do your research. The amount of sodium that they put in that food might not be necessarily that healthy. And I've seen videos of many of those buffets fail health checks ridiculously. Apparently, someone said if you could see the back rooms of those those buffets, you wouldn't want to eat there.
Yeah. Oh my God.
But this is the prime example of how cautious you should be when you're dealing with a system or dealing with something where the people who are giving you that thing don't even use it themselves.
It's true.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. As you guys can see, it's time to collect offering because the show has come to an end. This is a voluntary relinquishment. This is you voluntarily parting yourself with your money by redirecting your money into my Cash App. Just in case you were wondering, I will not be giving it to God. I'll be using it for myself. So I'm not here to lie to you. Now, I would prefer if only religious people would send me donations, because you guys are already operating in the spirit of giving without asking questions. But if you're not religious and you're feeling generous, feel free to reward me for this good job that I'm doing here today, because this is work, y'all. This is work. Now, I know that maybe from the very beginning, I should have monetized my channel, but let me tell you something. The money people send me on Cash App puts gas in my car every week. It's such a great thing that I decided not to look down on it. It's a lot. It's plenty. So guess what? This is what it is. First of all, you guys gave me 160,000 likes tonight on today's show. That's amazing. Last time I checked, we were at 24,000 likes. I see a couple of gifts. I see $6.74. Amazing. That's what I'm talking about. I can buy ice cream with that $6.
And it's only got to get better. Just pray about it, you know.
You know what? If you're Christian,
give thanks about it.
And the last amount of money you have is to pay your rent. Look, just send it to me, and then
I'll
pray
multiply
about
it for
it.
you.
Yeah.
No, I won't do anything. But just send it to me, and then pray about it. I'm telling you, God will make a way where there is no way.
Wow.
Listen, if I was a Christian pastor and I was saying this, man, my Cash App would be vibrating right now.
Big time, bro.
It will be vibrating like Kim Kardashian's vibrator. It will be going
insane.
It would be off the chain, bro.
Yeah.
If you were preaching, come on.
That's what Drewski was trying to show y'all.
Where is he? Where is he?